It broke barriers as it built a new world.
It was absolutely a leap of faith because nobody had done it before.
And went head-to-head with the most successful game of its kind.
It actually scared us too, because we're thinking, oh, there's probably going to be room for one and that's it.
Building this brave new world wasn't easy.
I don't know. If I hadn't seen the game from the beginning, I probably would have been pretty skeptical.
Yet the results were breathtaking.
In a way, it's like our world, except it's in a fantasy setting.
Real-life relationships began forming.
You make friends in this game, and these are friends that you keep for a long time.
And make-believe characters came to life.
A mother sent in a picture of her daughter and said, my daughter looks exactly like this. You've got to use her.
But the extreme dedication of some players caused controversy.
I know for myself at one point, I just actually had to stop the addiction and get out of it so I could keep my life and keep my sanity.
This is the amazing story of EverQuest.
It just keeps going and going like the Energizer Bunny.
By the mid-1990s, a Sony product development group, now known as Sony Online Entertainment, has achieved success on the PlayStation platform with NFL Game Day, Twisted Metal, and Jet Moto. But a Sony employee named John Smedley wants to try taking games in a new direction.
It was something that I felt very strongly about. I really believed in online gaming from the start. I was playing a game called Cyberstrike at the time from a company called Simultronics and just fell in love with it.
His love for online games takes a personal toll.
I was just married at the time. My wife was killing me. We were getting $600 a month bills, and she just wanted to kill me for this because it was hourly pay-for-play on Genie back in those days. And what happened was, as I fell in love with internet gaming, I more and more wanted to see my tabletop Dungeons and Dragons days from high school kind of become a reality.
Smedley approaches his boss at Sony. He wants to create an online fantasy world unlike any other. A game that can only be played by subscription.
Actually, at that time, my old boss, Kelly Flock, back in '97 when I first hit him up with this idea, he was really supportive of it. And it's not very often that you find a company that's willing to take a risk, a real flyer. Because we're talking about days when there was no real pay-for-play business. It was limited to people like me that were willing to pay for it.
It was absolutely a leap of faith because nobody had done it before. And as much as everybody might believe that, well, yeah, of course people will pay $10 a month to play this game. Whether they actually will or not, you rely so heavily then on the content of the game, aside from anything else, that core game quality has to be there.
Back in March of '97, I hired Brad McQuaid and Steve Clover. It's kind of a funny story. I was browsing the web looking for programmers, and I was looking through shareware games because I had in my head that I wanted to get an online role-playing game going. Honestly, it was no more than an idea, and I was fortunate enough to run across Brad McQuaid and Steve Clover.
He came out with the idea of putting this stuff together and got together with Brad McQuaid, who was designing this project. And they said in the early days when still internet gaming was kind of a buzz, but it really wasn't, nobody was convinced at this point.
Work on the new game continues, but in September 1997, Ultima Online, the first commercial online game, is released by Origin. How would this affect Sony's ambitious project?
I think that may have been either the first E3 or the last CES. We actually heard about Ultima Online at that time. It's an amazing looking game, and we were like, oh wow, this is cool. Now we'll have an example of something that's going to be fun to play.
Ultima Online really did pave the way for it in its graphical sense and bringing this a fantasy world to life in a real strong graphical sense. Before Ultima Online, it was all text-based.
We had no idea if it'd be a commercial success or not. I mean, certainly we all played the Ultimas growing up, and knowing that it had that brand behind it, it actually scared us too, because we're thinking, oh, there's probably going to be room for one and that's it.
Ultima Online soon has more than 90,000 players, but Sony is planning a response of their own.
Yeah.
It's me. We need you. Now.
I'm on it. I'm in. Hold. Action.
Making movies, TV shows, documentaries can be really fun. You could be part of the crew behind the scenes with your degree in film and video production from Collins College. From screenwriting to audio recording and editing, get the skills you need to start your career in this exciting field. Imagine working with other creatives on projects that can be seen by millions of people. Find out more by calling Collins College. Ask for this brochure. Call 1-888-823-0999.
Where would I hide if the zombies attacked? Have to say in the middle of the Republican convention. Think about it. No brains for the zombies to eat.
I'd probably hide in my basement and suck my thumb.
I wouldn't. I got these two babies right here. I cut off their heads and they're done.
The chemistry was incredible.
The attraction was there.
We just sort of clicked.
And I said, there is definitely something here.
It was pretty electrifying.
When two soulmates meet for the first time, it's a powerful experience.
It's like fireworks.
Why not start this new year off right? Log on to eharmony.com during our free communication weekend this Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And you can communicate with other eHarmony singles absolutely free.
So our first date, it went so well.
We talked for hours.
It was just an emotional connection that I had never felt with somebody in such a short period of time.
Talked for hours. Our waiter, he was like...
She was sweeping the floor next to us. She was trying to get us out of there.
Make this the year that it happens for you. Log on to eHarmony.com today and communicate with eHarmony singles absolutely free during our free communication weekend this Thursday through Sunday only. There's never been a better time to try eHarmony.
G4 is like being visited by a video game goddess who plugs you into all sorts of digital goodness. You know, basically.
Ultima Online is a hit for Electronic Arts, but Sony responds with an online game of its own. In spring 1998, Tannerus, Sony's first online subscription game, is released to test the online waters.
It was quickly cobbled together just to demonstrate to the higher-ups that John's vision was going to work and that the engine that we had acquired from Pyrotechnics was going to be functional. It's a lot of fun.
And we built an internet game that really became kind of the cornerstone of our entire online gaming experience.
By the spring of 1998, the video game world is entranced by Ultima Online.
Ultima had the benefit of its cachet as a world. The Britannia world that Richard Garriott had built was something that a lot of fans in the game industry had really already tapped into.
We were able to watch this thing launch and become a success, and it really took on a life of its own, and then we knew we had something at that point.
Yet Sony sees an opportunity to build on their competitors' success.
Ultima Online served a very specific audience. They had, it was a great game, but it also had some small negatives that not everybody was into it.
Sony Online Entertainment has already begun work on a game that will challenge the authority of Ultima Online. A game that will become a lifestyle for enthusiasts worldwide. This massively multiplayer online role-playing game is dubbed
EverQuest.
The MMORPG will be set in a breathtaking 3D fantasy world that never shuts down.
We'd never done this before. Tanner's was our only experience, and it was very limited compared to the scope of an EverQuest. So it was just a lot of trial by fire and trial by error.
It was a major risk. There's no doubt. There had never been even an attempt to do a game like this, which is a true 3D engine, massively multiplayer, persistent world, online role-playing game.
Players can assume characters of many different types. The game features 12 races, including humans, gnomes, elves, and other classic fantasy creatures.
You can go into it, adopt a new identity. You can be whoever you want to be.
The connection with your character that you created was immediate, that you could really start building up and exploring, and people struggled through the hard times because at the core this was new. This was just a lot of fun.
The online world of EverQuest is called NORAD. From a first or third-person perspective, players can explore continents.
In a way, it's like our world, except it's in a fantasy setting. It has an economy. It has a social structure.
Within NORAD, players traverse many different zones. And pool resources in quests for distant treasures. The global environment and the artistic results are astonishing.
EverQuest is all about people interacting with other people. Their experience just fighting monsters, that's fun. It's when they start getting their friends involved, that's when something just seems to click, because you're working towards a common goal.
A lot of people in the hardcore that started with the game had probably come to this because it was sort of Dungeons & Dragons style experience that they'd had on the tabletop, now visualized. You get the magic through the fact that it's suddenly real, it's suddenly more diverse, and it's suddenly interactive.
You're fighting a monster, and a friend of yours joins in. And all of a sudden, you've got somebody you know, and maybe they've invited somebody else to join your group, and now you've got 3 people, and all of a sudden you're introduced to this new person. It just keeps going and going like the Energizer Bunny. I mean, you just get this huge network of people that you meet, and I think that's the magic.
Yet one of the game's most unique aspects causes concern. In Ultima Online, players often kill or PK fellow players for sport.
So with EverQuest, they decided to go with player versus environment rather than player versus player.
So a concession is made.
The hardcore player versus player people were really upset because they wanted to show that they're the best player, we had the best skills, and the way to prove that is against another player and not against an artificial intelligence. So we also included some servers where it is player versus player, where you can actually kill another player in the game.
EverQuest is making headway, but will people actually pay a monthly fee to play it?
This is the world's most advanced outboard, with more torque and more horsepower than the competition, plus better fuel economy. Evinrude E-Tech.
When I put the E-Tech on, I doubled my gas mileage.
Fuel economy of the E-Techs and the price of fuel just make them very economical.
E-Tech's fuel economy is bar none the best.
The E-Tech today is the best outboard out there.
Evinrude E-Techs, the most durable, reliable outboards ever made. Call or go online now and get an extended factory-backed limited warranty, plus 6.99% financing on engines or new boat packages, and for a limited time, up to $500 in gas. Call and get the most talked about DVD in the boating world and see why Evinrude E-Techs outperform the competition in power, performance, reliability, cost of ownership, and more. Evinrude E-Tech. Spend more time on the water.
Attention drivers statewide. If you are insured with Allstate, Geico, State Farm, or any other car insurer, you may be overpaying by hundreds of dollars. Find out how to get immediate savings through AIGdirect.com. What would it take to get you to switch your car insurance? If we told you that you could save $364 a year, wouldn't you pick up the phone? Start dialing, because you could save that much. People who switched from Geico saved around $370. From Allstate, $430. Your savings could be higher, like this driver who switched, or this one. And no other company gives you AIG Security Advantage that includes roadside assistance at no additional cost. Immediate savings available through AIGDirect.com. Call for a free rate quote today. Call 1-800-709-7912 for a free rate quote. You could save hundreds of dollars. That number again is 1-800-709-7912. Call now or visit AIGDirect.com.
G4 is like an under-the-bed dwelling troll who mesmerizes you with his glowing chest full of all the fun stuff you're into. And he can help you out with the ladies. He's good with the ladies. Anyhow, G4 is like that, more or less.
Personalize your life with Skinit.com. Choose your device, select a skin, stick it on, change it out, create your own. Laptops, cell phones, MP3 players, gaming devices, any device, anytime. Go to Skinit.com. Express yourself. Any skin, any device, any lifestyle. What's your skin? Sports, collegiate, entertainment, fashion, and more. Go to Skinit.com today.
EverQuest is quickly coming together. But the big question on Sony's mind is if gamers will be willing to pay a monthly fee to log on to their new virtual world.
We have these project review meetings, and all the other producers would show these PlayStation games that are going to sell 1 million units. NFL Game Day, 1 million units. And here we are showing our PC stuff. How many is this going to sell? Well, we think it might sell 70,000 units over 2 years.
I don't know. I myself, if I hadn't seen the game from the beginning, I probably would have been pretty skeptical.
And then all of a sudden, some of those producers internally started playing the game, and then they got it. It's just one of this big ball of energy that kind of sucks people in.
Yet, is it good enough to impress the press?
When EverQuest launched, they were fighting the Ultima name, and they were also fighting the Lord British name. It had some celebrity behind it, so that was a tough road to hoe.
I remember hauling these big computers up to Computer Gaming World and literally kind of getting these almost not blank stares, but sort of like they didn't know quite what to make of us yet.
I actually saw the game well before release when John Smedley and Brad McQuaid came in and said, we've got this game and it's going to be massively multiplayer and it's an RPG.
There was a lot of nervousness about it, but I remember I was working at PC Accelerator at the time, and we first got our builds of EverQuest in, and all of a sudden, we just got sucked into it.
EverQuest officially launches in March 1999, and it hits the gaming world like a freight train. After only 2 months on the market, more than 100,000 copies of the game are sold. And each night, more than 30,000 people enter the enthralling zones of EverQuest.
When it first launched, it was a real test because, nobody had done this before. And Ultima Online had already come out and set an example and a standard. There was a feeling for a while that between Ultima Online and EverQuest and Asheron's Call, the market was somewhat saturated. But with each additional game that's come into the market, it has expanded the base.
When we launched the product in early 1999, we had roughly 50,000 subscribers within a 2 or 3 month period.
EverQuest players are supported by a team of game masters who are based in the company's headquarters in San Diego, California.
We'll doggedly go after a problem until we solve it. One of our employees will spend half a day, if necessary, with one single customer to resolve a situation if necessary.
Fans go crazy for this brand new fantasy world. During peak periods, there are up to 37,000 players online simultaneously. From countries as far-flung as Zimbabwe and New Zealand.
People operate in their mundane world, and then EverQuest allows them to operate in a fantasy world where they can do fantastic things.
Our typical player plays 20 hours a week, which is a lot. And the ramp-up curve that we see on this game is absolutely amazing. It goes from, a couple hours a week to all of a sudden they just go right up to our average, and in some cases a lot more than that.
It's nuts. They are absolutely intense. It is amazing, but I think it comes out of the fact that they have dedicated so much of their time and often taken over their lives to this.
Given the strongly addictive nature of EverQuest, the gaming press and online community jokingly nicknamed the game EverQuest.
I know for myself at one point, I just actually had to stop the addiction and get out of it, you know, so I could keep my life and keep my sanity.
You know, I would say that people devote like 38 hours of their week to TV. Is that bad? Yes, I think I'm proof of that. Do people devote too much of their days to this? I think that's a personal choice. It's about what people want to do with their free time.
You know, EverQuest really just became a phenomenon because it empowers people to communicate online. The kind of catchphrase that we like to use, we're forming global gaming community.
You make friends in this game, and these are friends that you keep for a long time.
It's great to have all you guys here. It's about time we got here, huh?
And what better place to meet than at EverQuest fan fairs?
We host a quarterly fan fair, which is a national traveling EverQuest get-together. They come primarily because they want to meet their online counterparts face-to-face.
Fantasy begins merging with reality.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I mean, how cool is that? I think I must have bought every single TV guide in our local grocery store.
And the cover girl becomes real-life woman.
Our artist Keith Parkinson painted the first EverQuest, and the high elf Furiona V that's on the cover of the first box, a mother sent in a picture of her daughter and said, "My daughter looks exactly like this. Gotta use her." And Keith started using her as a model for the future ones. In fact, if you look closely, the difference between the first box and the second, it goes from looking like this kind of generic high elf to Denise.
Within months of its launch, EverQuest outpaces Ultima Online, its biggest competitor. But can it survive newer, tougher competition?
Video games are evolving, and now so are we. Introducing the all-new X-Play, January 14th, only on G4.
A J.G. Wentworth success story, Frank and the Structured Settlement.
Well, I had a nasty car accident, and following my lawsuit, I ended up receiving a structured settlement.
Frank had a long payout with a small check each month.
Well, it wasn't long before bills started to pile up. Credit cards,
mortgage, utilities, car payments.
It didn't seem right. It was my money.
Frank turned to J.G. Wentworth.
Well, he told me they help people get cash for their structured settlements and annuities.
If you have a structured settlement or annuity and you need cash now, call J.G. Wentworth. You'll get a free appraisal and we'll answer all your questions. Don't wait any longer. The call is free and there's no obligation.
My advice is call J.G. Wentworth. They helped me, and they made it easy.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth.
Call 866-494-3717, 866-494-3717.
We'd love to show you the world's next great video game. There's only one problem. You haven't created it yet. You've played them, now you can make them. With DeVry's new bachelor's degree program in game and simulation programming. It's classrooms and labs where you actually create video games. Games like you'll find when you log on now. You'll learn more about this exciting degree program and get free video game demos from Vivendi Games. It's time to take it to the next level. You can earn a 4-year degree in less than 3 with classes that start right away. And since it's DeVry, you know you'll get this and even more of this. Call or log on for your free video game demos. But do it now, because when you're a gamer, you know what happens when you stand still. So call or log on for your free video game demos. It's right now, and it's here at DeVry.
In the cage, there are 8 sides to every story, and we're going to tell all of them.
There's enough fun and games in there.
Spend 8 hours with World Extreme Cage Fighting's best.
When I step in there, it's game time.
Faber, McCullough, Condit, Marshall, Pulver, Philo, and BB. It's a long night in the cage, but we're sure you won't tap out.
When I step in there, you gotta kill me.
The World Extreme Cage Fighting Marathon. Tonight, 5 Eastern, on Versus.
G4 presents CES 08 Live, the biggest technology trade show on Earth. We'll help you navigate the nearly 2 million square feet of tech innovations in a special 2-day live event. Get your first look at what you'll be clicking, watching, browsing, and driving in the tech world of tomorrow. CES 08 Live, January 7th and 8th at 7, only on G4.
EverQuest continues to rule the online gaming world. But Sony's most difficult challenge is figuring out how to keep the success going.
And the point then becomes not what they actually did, but how you actually manage that going forward.
Over the next 5 years, Sony releases 9 expansion packs for EverQuest. And in 2004, EverQuest 2 hits the net.
Obviously, the influence of EverQuest 1 on EverQuest 2 is dramatic. It is a sequel. But at the same time, we really started from ground zero and designed all new systems using the EverQuest background, but making new choices based on the experiences that we've had running EverQuest.
What they really tried to do with EverQuest 2 was, one, make the graphics much, much better than they were in the first one. Graphically, it was just leaps and bounds beyond the first in the series. Also, one of the other things that they added was they made sure that every person spoke.
Hail to you, fair adventurer.
Every NPC that you came across had lines that were recorded.
I know it may not look like much right now, but...
EverQuest games also make their way to home consoles, such as the PlayStation 2.
We also have EverQuest Online Adventures. We have different fans, and we can't just make this a cookie-cutter, kind of experience.
Today, EverQuest is facing its biggest challenge yet. Games like World of Warcraft and Guild Wars are making huge strides in the world of massively multiplayer online gaming. And they're beginning to outshadow the game that helped start it all.
The massively multiplayer market has definitely diversified since the days of EverQuest and Ultima Online. Now we've got City of Heroes, which is a superhero-themed massively multiplayer game. There's Guild Wars, which is a fantasy-based game, but it doesn't have a subscription fee. Star Wars Galaxies is set in the Star Wars universe. It's able to get the sci-fi Star Wars geek crowd in. It's a huge space now.
I really feel that EverQuest has since been surpassed by games that have taken that core idea and used superior technology and superior graphics and superior design to take it to the next level.
EverQuest and Sony Online was a victim of their own success with EverQuest.
I personally know many, many players, they all defected to World of Warcraft because they saw that it was the superior product.
Is there room for everyone? I think just like any other market, the consumer's going to end up telling us who the winners are. And that's the way it should be.
But as fans like to say, there will always be EverQuest.
The original EverQuest certainly takes almost all the credit, or some might say the blame, for creating the MMO RPG genre. That whole genre is obviously a completely socially malignant genre. It's destroyed lives, destroyed relationships, because they're so addictive.
It will live on as long as it's financially reasonable to do so, and I think that's going to be for some time to come.
Unfortunately, EverQuest 2 hasn't even been able to match what the original EverQuest has done, and of course, the original EverQuest is still going strong.
EverQuest isn't going away anytime soon.
EverQuest is going to be remembered for being the first one that really established the massively multiplayer game as an exciting new genre.
EverQuest has broken records worldwide, but it has also done something more important. It has formed friendships worldwide. Friendships that transcend the game.
There's a whole social world that you enter into that is so unlike any other game that's come before that I think it really takes gaming in many ways to the next level.
To me, if If people have made friends because of EverQuest and it's become kind of a part of their lives as they go about their everyday lives, if we can be a part of that, I'm really happy, and I hope that that's something that we can continue to do and make people feel good about.
It's a legend of heroes.
Well, that space game there looks like a thrill a minute. Why not try a real blast?
In less than a year, it went from a golden age.
It's part of the American culture. I mean, video games are just part of the culture as apple pie and motherhood.
Now you're talking.
To its darkest hour.
Let's put it this way. A lot of people didn't like E.T. E.T. became the icon of the crash.
It was really the demise of the business, and we unfortunately didn't see it coming.
This game is awful and otherwise lacking any redeeming values.
So a lot of really bad games got out there. And not to say the bad games don't get out there still, but some really bad games got out there in the early 80s.
This is the story of the birth and near death of the home video game market. The story begins just as the decade does, with big hair.
I want to be different, and I think I look good the way I dress.
And big dreams. The video game industry begins with a boom, having gone from a non-existent medium to annual sales of nearly $2 billion. And more arcade games move into homes.
We used to joke at Activision that we'd write a cartridge and throw it up in the air and money would fall out of the sky. I mean, every game we did was selling 500,000 to 1 million units. The profit margins were extraordinary. So the company was just making money faster than they could put it in the bank.
And a generation of kids are hooked on games.
I mean, it's part of the American culture. I mean, video games are just part of the culture as apple pie and motherhood.
Arcades are everywhere, and both kids and adults are drawn into the dark rooms, dropping endless quarters into the latest digital fad.
The arcade crowd back in the old days was really weird because you definitely had all the little scrubs like me, you know, like little kids who were riding their bikes there, and then you had like high school students and you had college students. But then it was also really weird because you had like businessmen. It was really weird because it wasn't like a kid phenomenon. It was like really across the board phenomenon.
Experts predict that by the mid-'80s, combined arcade and home video game sales will soon be higher than movie box office revenue. As the summer of 1980 rolls around, Atari sues Activision, a software company made up of former Atari employees, over whether Activision has the right to produce games for Atari's popular 2600 video computer system. By December, the verdict is in, and the courts allow Activision to make the games. 4 months later, sales for Activision titles reached $6 million.
There was this perception that Atari was a fad. You know, people were comparing the 2600 to the Pet Rock and that it couldn't be duplicated. You had a lot of companies that had emerged overnight after Activision's success.
And of course, once Activision became successful, then came Imagic.
Imagic Demon Attack.
And Apollo, 20th Century Fox, everyone had to jump into it.
And that opened up the industry. Before then, no one had a clue. And I think that single seminal event was the thing that really led to the overcrowding of the market.
The home and arcade video game market is filling up with brand new companies.
And of course, as more and more companies got in, there was more and more game supply and just not enough demand to support that much. And plus, you have the games back then, because of people rushing into the market. What happened was people wanted games that they recognized the titles. So if a new company got into the business, like Parker Brothers, for example, they would go out and spend a whole lot of money and get like the rights to Empire Strikes Back, James Bond, But they weren't experienced in video games, so they would get the best titles, but then they would produce the worst games.
Toy companies like Parker Brothers and Hasbro form video game divisions. But when unrelated companies like Chuckwagon Dog Food and Quaker Oats jump on board, the market begins to turn.
Yeah, that was a problem. One year there were 10 extra companies, next year there were 30 extra companies.
A lot of people just got burned. They just got tired of getting all these bad games. So that drove people away from video games. There were no checks and balances for quality in those days. So a lot of really bad games got out there. And not to say the bad games don't get out there still, but some really bad games got out there in the early 80s.
The world's greatest arcade video games are now the world's greatest home video games. They're only from Atari.
Atari, with about 12 million consoles in homes, is still dominating the game industry until they release an old arcade favorite.
That game?
With disappointing results.
Here comes Pac-Man, biggest game in the history of arcades. People are really excited. The pre-orders are huge. Atari is so sure that this is going to be a hit that they made more copies of Pac-Man than there were active VCSs in people's homes. And this would be a huge hit. Game stunk. Really, really stunk.
It's pathetic.
The ghosts keep on appearing and disappearing. They didn't move smoothly. Pac-Man didn't move smoothly. The mazes were not the same mazes that you saw in the arcade game. The dots were replaced with dashes. There was just nothing right in it.
Yeah.
One of the employees at Atari, they were sorry about Pac-Man. They didn't like it. And he was at a video game store when it came out. And his father walked into the store because his son wanted Pac-Man. And the storekeeper gives him the cartridge, shows it to him. And he goes, "That's Pac-Man?" And he didn't want to buy it, but his son wanted it. And the Atari employee just felt so bad that this was what they were marketing with the Pac-Man name, and it didn't resemble the game at all.
In spite of the quality, the game sells well, but the disappointing translation creates wariness in Atari's fans.
This game is awful and otherwise lacking any redeeming values.
Mountain Dew MDX, energy soda with power pack. Stay sharp.
The King's Pain is your gain. Pocket Bike Racer. Rated everyone. $3.99 when you buy any value meal at BK.
Thundercats Season 2, Volume 2. The end is here.
We're on our way.
The final adventures. Yeah. All 31 episodes on 6 discs. Don't miss the epic finale, Thundercats, Tuesday on DVD.
Between my two phone bills, it's probably about $60 a month.
About $150.
Probably $100 a month.
With Vonage, you get unlimited calls to anywhere in the U.S. and Canada, and all the cool features you could ever want are included. And it's just $24.99 a month.
Call 1-800-939-4VON.
Plus, get 1 month free.
Vonage, leading the internet phone revolution.
Unleash your inner rock star. Guitar Hero 2. Rated T for Teen.
As technology advances, the world is booming with new challenges, but also with new opportunities.
The field of criminal justice has benefited from many advances in technology, and new jobs are emerging. The new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, you can now earn a degree in criminal justice. We teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system and can help you develop the skills to respond to and prevent crime. The world of opportunities is yours to explore. At ITT Tech, we know that while technology presents new and exciting possibilities every day, it's the people behind it who matter most. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-327-1172 or visit us on the web.
The cameras may be hidden, but the comedy is right in your face. Oh, no! The Jamie Kennedy Experiment, tonight at 6 on G4. Go to G4TV.com. Always fresh, always new, always plugged in.
By the summer of 1982, home and arcade video games have become an unstoppable industry, generating $2 billion in annual sales. Industry leader Atari has put video games in over 5 million households and grabbed a 40% share of the home computer market with the success of the VCS.
I'd like an Atari 2600 system, please, and everything that goes with it. Everything? You sure want everything? I want everything.
Ironically, when I arrived at Atari in 1982, we were saying, we're so big.
Is that everything? It's not everything. You can get nearly 300 different cartridges. 300?
We're just as large as theatrical revenue for movies.
Oh, amazing. It's amazing, but it's not everything. It's not everything.
Now, does that sound familiar?
Is that everything? That's everything. For now. For now.
This is the arcade experience. We're ColecoVision, and we bring the arcade experience home.
Coleco and Intellivision are not far behind with their own respective systems.
For the first time in the video game industry, there were two systems at one time that were out there competing with each other. Intellivision, the world's largest toy company, battling Atari, bought by Warner Communications. Boom, it's going to be a big business thing, big stock thing. Ooh, what's it going to be?
There's a growing library of Intellivision programs to involve every member of the family.
And for families, it was no longer a question of, should we get a video game system? Now it was, which video game system should we get? And now the sales for both Atari and Intellivision went way up. And so, boom, they're going up.
I'm back to pass.
Go for it, Dad.
Caught it.
The competition just became really intense.
But the bubble is about to burst.
Only from Atari.
In July 1982, Atari agrees to pay $25 million for the rights to produce a video game based on the hit movie E.T.
The way E.T. came down, I got a telephone call, and I'm like, hello, and someone goes, is this Howard? And I go, yes. They go, please hold for Ray Kazar. So I'm holding for Ray Kazar, and Ray comes on, and this is late in July. Ray says, hey, Howard, we need E.T., and we need it by September 1st. So that's like 5.5, 6 weeks. He goes, can you do it? And I said, you know something, Ray? I can definitely do it, provided we reach the right arrangement.
Atari spent how many millions of dollars to get the rights to E.T., and then rushed it into production and came up with this terrible game. So admittedly, probably he did the best thing he could in the time frame they gave him, but they started putting impossible schedules on everybody, so that also damaged the quality of games.
Unfortunately, that's what Atari was doing. They were after the name, thinking that, well, we could sell anything. They manufactured more copies of E.T. than there were Atari 2600s in existence. Not a good idea.
Having already been bitten by poorly produced games, Atari owners aren't standing in line for the extraterrestrial.
Let's put it this way. A lot of people didn't like E.T. A lot of people who didn't even play E.T. or know anything about E.T. got into E.T. bashing. It was the thing to bash because E.T. became the icon of the crash. I mean, the crash was something everyone was aware of, and E.T. killed the game industry. That gives you a focus. That gives you a thing to hate. And E.T. became that.
In the winter of 1982, Atari is forced to announce crippling financial losses. Sales of its video game cartridges take a nosedive.
We have E.T., for example, a wonderful love story cartridge,
contributing to a 50% drop in earnings.
Thus, Atari, which once monopolized the charts, this week has only one of the top 5.
but business is still very good.
Mattel, the company behind Intellivision, also announces losses.
I didn't know.
And the arcade is suffering their own demise.
We filled the arcades with them, and we were starting to fill secondary locations like Safeways and 7-Elevens and dentist offices, and by the middle of 1982, we were just full.
It was a fad. I think there's no other way to put it. It was like early rock and roll, really. Enough people started coming, and enough companies started making games, it just kept growing, and people, built bigger and bigger ones until finally, the whole thing just sort of collapsed under its own weight.
A massive influx of new games leaves distributors overwhelmed with products, and even quality games are getting lost in the struggle for shelf and advertising space.
The problem was there was just too much product out there. You have dozens and dozens of software companies releasing garbage.
A lot of what killed Atari was an incredible number of companies getting into the business producing incredibly bad games.
There was too much product for store shelves. They had to start being marked down.
We said, oh, they're all going to go out of business, but we didn't recognize what that meant. And what that meant was when they all went out of business, all that product would flood the retail shelves.
Most of those games wound up being sold at $2 and $3 a piece at discounters.
And here we are coming out with $30 or $40 products.
No matter how good a game was, it was very difficult to sell a game for $30, $40 when you could go in for $30, $40 and get 15 games, even if they were all terrible.
And ours that were still frontline good products didn't sell.
You have these third-party companies, can't sell their stuff, they're going out of business. What do? They dump all their goods at cutthroat prices.
It was really the demise of the business, and we unfortunately didn't see it coming.
And the lack of foresight on the technology front further cripples the industry.
Even in the 2600, the day we shipped the first one, I told the guys at Warner, I said, this product, is over in 3 years or 4. We've got to start designing, the Stella 2. And they just didn't get it. They thought that, how could that be?
Look at Atari Basketball and Intellivision. Again, I find Intellivision more sophisticated.
And it turns out that not innovating led to the demise of Atari in 1982, 83. And they just didn't see it. They just didn't see it.
In September of 1983, in the middle of the night, 20 tractor trailers leave an Atari warehouse loaded with millions of unsold game cartridges. They are driven to a remote site in Alamogordo, New Mexico, where the games are crushed and buried.
I'm Blair Butler, and this is The Feed. It is now going to be even more impossible to get your hands on the PS3. Sony has just announced the super powerful next-gen console will also be used by medical researchers to help process data to find cures for cancer and Alzheimer's disease. It also slices, dices, and makes julienne fries. Paris Hilton's recent Las Vegas performance was so bad it made Paris herself vomit. According to sources at an exclusive Las Vegas concert, a gastrointestinal emergency brought her inspired lip syncing to a screeching halt. Seems even Paris can't stomach her lyrics any better than we can. A New Jersey police officer is under investigation for illegally strip searching a prostitute. The badge may be good for free donuts, but that's as far as it goes. Visit us on the web at g4tv.com/thefeed. It's the only news you need to know. I'm Blair Butler, and you've just been fed.
Your 3 medium Pizza Hut pizzas.
That's only $5 each, right?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
No. Thank you.
Oh, yeah! Honey, the Pizza Hut kid made a mistake again! I got 3 medium Pizza Hut pizzas!
pizzas for the same price as those other guys. Yeah.
It's no mistake. Pay just $5 each for 3 medium, 1 topping hand-tossed Pizza Hut pizzas. That's right, just $5 each. Want to get 3 for $5? Go for the good stuff.
This is the new Night Guard. Don't let anything in or out. Out.
On December 22nd. See the biggest
Everything in the museum comes to life at night.
comedy in history.
Full speed ahead and ram them! Oh! For crying out loud!
Night at the museum.
Good Lord, Lawrence, why are you slapping a monkey? This guy has been pushing me, and I'm sick of it.
Rated PG. Coming to life in IMAX and in theaters everywhere. December 22nd.
Attention drivers statewide. If you are insured with Allstate, Geico, State Farm, or any other car insurer, you may be overpaying by hundreds of dollars. Find out how to get immediate savings through AIG Auto Insurance. What would it take to get you to switch your car insurance? If we told you that you could save $350 a year, wouldn't you pick up the phone? Start dialing, because you could save that much. People who switched from Geico saved around $359. From Allstate, $416. Your savings could be higher, like this driver who switched, or this one. And no other company gives you AIG Security Advantage that helps keep you safe on the road and away from home. Immediate savings available through AIG Auto Insurance. Call for a free rate quote today. Call 1-800-828-1247 for a free rate quote. You could save hundreds of dollars. That number again is 1-800-828-1247. Call now or visit AIGauto.com.
Did you know that Bell South has a choice of speeds with fast access DSL?
So there's really no reason
There's really no reason to stick with dial-up.
There's really no reason to stick with dial-up.
If you just like to surf like me. Or us. We just want a faster internet. At a price that doesn't break you.
At a price you can afford.
Fast access DSL starts at,
It's $24.95 a month.
$24.95 a month, Mom.
And that's not an introductory price.
That's the regular price.
I can talk and surf. I can connect instantly.
And if you like to download music and videos, they have even faster speeds. At a great price. Yeah, I have all the speed I need.
I have all the speed I need.
I have all the speed I need. And if you order now, you can get a special TiVo offer, a DVR that lets you transfer TV shows to your computer or laptop and take them anywhere. You can also get $75 cash back on select speeds, plus get a free DSL modem when you order online.
There's just no reason not to get fast access DSL, right?
Right. You got that right.
Nearly 1 billion movies delivered so far. 0 late fees. Netflix.
Hey, you got Singular?
No, Sprint.
Sprint mobile broadband downloads 5 times faster than Singular's Edge.
Well, I'm done.
Because in business, it pays to keep moving. Get the power of the nation's largest mobile broadband network. Get a free mobile broadband card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband. Sprint. Power up.
Celebrate Christmas the G4 way. Come on!
With an Arrested Development marathon that lasts all day.
What are you taking, stupid pills?
3 chickens dancing, 2 guys that blow. I can blow myself. 1 never nude and an alky in the family tree.
The Arrested Development Marathon with episodes of the entire first season back to back. Christmas Day, only on G4.
This party is gonna be off the hook.
The cameras may be hidden, but the comedy is right in your face.
Oh
no! The Jamie Kennedy Experiment, tonight at 6 on G4.
In the fall of 1983, only a year after analysts were predicting record profits for the video game industry, the bottom had dropped out.
Did I mention the tar pits?
Atari, the industry leader, posted a $356 million loss for the second quarter alone.
Well, rode the wave a little bit. Really crashed after Christmas of '83. And Activision sales plummeted I mean, just plummeted. By 84, 85, probably went to a fifth of what they were.
If you're going to spend your time playing video games, get a Commodore 64 or...
And we went on to the Commodore 64 because the 2600 was gone and there was no coming back. There actually was, that's another story, but at the time you thought there was no coming back.
If you think ColecoVision plays all Atari cartridges... You mean it can't?
In an attempt to jumpstart the failing industry, Atari releases the 5200.
Now you're talking.
Updating the technology behind their aging system. But many believe it's too little, too late.
Super system.
Much of the public can't grasp the need for a new system.
Of course, when the 2600's lifespan ran out and they had to go to the 5200, the American consumer went, wait a minute, I've had the same record player for 25 years. I've had the same television set for 25 years. Why are you suddenly telling me now that after like 4 years, 5 years, I've got to trade in this game system for a whole new game system? It was a very difficult concept to get across. That began the great backslide where the industry died for 2 years.
To make matters worse, home video game systems are now facing competition from personal computers. With the drop in price and increase in power, PCs officially take the lead.
Games fell into decline, just in terms of perception. I'll give you an example. Our publisher actually told us at one point, I used these exact words, he said, please try to avoid using words like games and fun in the articles you write. Because now everything had to be a simulation. It was like people would be more interested in running a simulation of a dairy farm than they were going to be in playing Breakout. But that was the feeling was that we've now moved past video games, we're now into computers, and all computers should do is create educational simulations.
The rise of personal computers affected video games in a number of ways. It allowed users to do more. I mean, the keyboard instrument allowed people to do things they couldn't before in games, like you have all these functions on the keyboard.
Many of the companies who a year earlier were so desperate to get into the business of making games were now just as desperate to distance themselves from it. February 1984, Mattel announces it will sell Intellivision off for $20 million. In March 1984, Odyssey closes its doors. And finally, on July 2nd, 1984, Warner Communications agrees to sell Atari. The game companies start to vanish. People begin to think of video games as having only been a fad, which would soon disappear. But thanks to Japanese game company Nintendo, those people are wrong.
By 85, 86, when the Nintendo came out, I must tell you, when I first looked at it, I was not impressed. I did not think that this was going to bring back video gaming. Yet it did, because people wanted that simplicity.
The Nintendo Entertainment System, or NES, gave gamers better graphics, better games, and single-handedly revived the home console market.
The one thing that we always like to try to do is try to create games that people who have never played games before can pick up and try out and immediately enjoy and have fun with.
Nintendo turned the industry around with big franchises, games that people really wanted to play, likable characters like Super Mario.
And from the beginning, Nintendo was careful to avoid the mistakes of their American counterparts. To set themselves apart, game packs replace game cartridges, and robots are added.
Now, the manufacturers, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, they have approval over the games. They look at the games and say, is this good enough? Is this of a quality to be on our system?
Nintendo reinvented the world. Nintendo showed that people still wanted entertainment, they still wanted fun, and they still wanted games.
And the games do go on. Today, nearly 145 million people play games. An industry that nearly faded now enjoys even greater popularity and keeps growing. But has the game industry learned from its mistakes?
I'd like to think that the console industry won't crash again, but you never know. I think something that companies have learned from the crash of 1983 was that don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Don't bank on just one game. Make sure you have, a safety net below you with a couple of games that, will help you get by. You can't rely on just one game anymore. It's all about diversifying your lineup and making sure you have a little something for everybody, just in case gamers go, I don't want that anymore. This is what I want. Hopefully you have that too.
Welcome to the Electric Playground. I'm Julie Stouffer.
And I'm Victor Lucas, and in this episode...
He went from a bit part in an unknown game.
Never expected that Mario would be our icon back then. He was just Jumpman.
To one of the most recognized faces in the world.
We instantly fell in love with Mario, the character.
Along the way, he helped save an industry.
The time was ripe for a new video game console, and the time was ready for a new hero.
And all of a sudden, video games were back on top, and it's all thanks to Mario Brothers.
And changed the way we play.
That's the brilliance of the whole Mario series, is that it was this gameplay, and that's something Miyamoto is famous for.
A lot of the games just look like things that children do.
Developers still point to it as one of the best games of all time.
This is the story of Mario. Here we go! In 1980, Nintendo, a Japanese toy manufacturer, is trying to break into the already crowded American arcade market.
Nintendo wanted a piece of that pie, and so they developed a game called Radar Scope, an arcade game. They released it to test audiences, and people hated it. Radar Scope was just not good. They had a bomb on their hands.
Nintendo turns to a young staff artist to transform the bomb into a hit.
Hiroshi Yamauchi, the president of Nintendo of Japan, got this young Shigeru Miyamoto and said, hey, make a game. And he hadn't made a game before, so this was sort of a gamble.
I mean, even when I first entered the company, it was really my goal to design and ultimately sell these products, really toys that I was interested in.
But Miyamoto seemed creative, and Yamauchi thought he might be up to the task. And well, as it turned out, he was very up to the task.
The artist, a 28-year-old Shigeru Miyamoto, had never created a game before. Eager to learn, he studies the schematics and meets with engineers and programmers.
Miyamoto did exactly that. He saved it by saying, it's so bad, we can't even use it, toss it out. We're going to use the same technology to create something new.
But he needs a story.
Actually, with Donkey Kong, we began development on that game, originally with the idea of using Popeye in it.
But because of extended contract negotiations, the sailor is left at sea.
Had they used Popeye, they would have created one of the early licensed games. And of course, the trouble with a license is that, you have it for this game, but you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow.
And probably Popeye wouldn't have the same appeal, 20 years later as Mario does. So in the end, I think it worked out for Nintendo. It could be the best thing that ever happened to him.
So Miyamoto decides instead on a stubborn gorilla who breaks free from his cage and kidnaps his keeper's girlfriend. The goofy carpenter who has to rescue the girl is a little man with a big nose and an even bigger heart, named Jumpman. Because of the restrictions of technology, Miyamoto has to get creative with his character design.
And Jumpman, is this tiny little sprite with a mustache and a hat and overalls, and we know him well today, but the only reason why he looked like that back then was because of the limitations of the hardware. Without a mustache, the Mario sprite would have looked really weird because you wouldn't be able to see the nose in the face. So there's your reason why the guy has a mustache. Hair would look really weird, so they decided, hey, let's give him a hat. The reason Mario had overalls on was because without the overalls, the whole walking thing would have looked really bad. So there you go, there's the birth of a cultural icon.
In 1981, the finished arcade game ships to America, where a certain resemblance is noticed.
And common lore has it that that name is based on the landlord of the Nintendo offices in New York.
The landlord's name? Mario Segale. And so, Jumpman is named Mario. Despite the unusual story and characters, players quickly learned to love the game.
It did very well, and it started, more and more people were playing, and quickly we realized in America that we had a hit.
Before you knew it, Donkey Kong was everywhere.
Really what it was jumping over the barrels. And who could forget jumping over the barrels and climbing up the ladders? It was such a simple gameplay mechanism and yet so memorable and so replayable.
Donkey Kong is a very skill-based game. You think it's a simplistic game, you think it's a cutesy game, you think it's a girl's game, but it's not. People are still trying to boost up their scores to this day.
Nintendo ships over 60,000 Donkey Kong arcade cabinets to locations around the country. The game quickly joins the pantheon of hit arcade titles like Pac-Man, Space Invaders, and Asteroids.
Everyone remembers playing Donkey Kong in the arcade. It's fun. It's still a fun game. And it reminds you that the early games, as far as minimal as they were, they knew what was going on. It's just one of the classics.
To me, Donkey Kong holds a very precious place for me because that was really the first time where I was recognized for my work in game design. I mean, up to that point, video games had been designed mostly by technical people, and it was really the first time that a designer had actually created a game and been recognized for that work.
After his uncredited success in Donkey Kong, Mario takes his first starring role in Mario Brothers, released for the arcades. Along the way, Mario's character is fleshed out a little more.
Mario kind of went from just Jumpman, this semi-generic looking character, to kind of a living, breathing character. He was Mario now. And he was a plumber, and he had a brother named Luigi. And the two of them could go through this little game universe and, tear it up. It was cool. Kind of gave way to the franchise.
Gamers are impressed with the new ways to play.
I was attracted to the game when it first came out in the arcade simply because of that whole versus co-op element that we hadn't seen very often.
The game becomes a hit for Nintendo, and Mario becomes a celebrity.
The whole Mario name became a household name. Mom knew that you were playing Mario, whereas, that other game was that shooting game with the stupid spaceships, or, the one with the two Western heroes.
Nintendo had succeeded more than anyone could have hoped, but things were about to get a little more super.
Creating life by code alone.
Closer.
We did it. It's working. It's finally working.
Unleash your inner rock star. Guitar Hero 2, rated T for Teen.
Thundercats Season 2, Volume 2. The end is here.
We're on our way.
The final adventures. All 31 episodes on 6 discs. Don't miss the epic finale. Thundercats on DVD today.
Motion capture, you guys set? Here we go, Kenny. Give it to me at half speed. 3, 2. What? I thought it was half speed. King, okay?
The King's pain is your gain. Big Bumpin', one of 3 new Xbox games. Rated E for everyone. $3.99 when you buy any value meal. Only at Burger King.
As technology advances, the world is booming with new challenges, but also with new opportunities. The field of criminal justice has benefited from many advances in technology, and new jobs are emerging. The new ITT Tech School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, you can now earn a degree in criminal justice. We teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system and can help you develop the skills to respond to and prevent crime. The world of opportunities is yours to explore. At ITT Tech, we know that while technology presents new and exciting possibilities every day, it's the people behind it who matter most. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice, education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-327-1172 or visit us on the web.
Jinx presents World of Warcraft clothing and gear. Check it out at jinx.com. Tonight on Attack of the Show, the star of Harold and Kumar, Cal Penn, stops by to talk about his latest, Van Wilder 2. Plus, is watching downloaded movies really the future? We're taking sides and debating it in The Loop. It's Attack of the Show tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern.
By 1984, Nintendo has established a strong presence in the arcade and is eager to do the same in the living room. However, after the terrible losses faced by companies like Atari a year earlier, people began to think of video games as simply a passing fad.
I think a lot of people just lost interest. The games were so generic, there was so much bad stuff out there, they didn't want to do it. So in comes Nintendo, this Japanese newcomer, saying we're gonna make a new console. And, you know, what a gutsy move at the time.
Nintendo has already created the Famicom, or Family Computer, a console that is sweeping through Japan. But they know the only way to convince toy stores in America to carry it is to create a hit game. Work begins immediately on a game to maximize the technology.
Well, yeah, it is true that we do have these kind of closets in Japan with sliding doors, and behind the doors it is very dark, and I remember as a child being kind of afraid of that darkness, or even going into the mountains and playing in the mountains as a kid and finding caves and whatnot, and that sort of exploration too really lingered in my memory, and so later on in life, when I did start making video games, it kind of came back into play in my imagination. And so Mario then became really the perfect game for kind of this jumping around and active expression, and just the motion on screen really became the best game for that type of action.
Super Mario Bros. Also introduces a storyline and characters that are familiar to all gamers.
You have two brothers out to save the girl. You know, in the original game it was Pauline, later it's Princess Peach. And you have a bad guy, and it's usually Bowser, who kidnaps the girl, and you gotta go to the end of the level, and it's usually on the right side, and get the girl.
The game arrives with Nintendo's new system, the NES, just in time for Christmas, into an uncertain marketplace.
There's a lot of product out there. It wasn't selling. Retailers didn't want to, get into video games anymore. And then here was this little Nintendo Entertainment System coming over from Japan, and this character, Mario, what was this about? And here was a game that featured a character. It was different. It was its adventure game, something people hadn't seen before.
The time was ripe for a new video game console, and the time was ready for a new hero in video games, and there he was, Mario.
It was kind of poppy and quirky. It was just definitely cool. It's something that is just burned into gamers' brains. Play the dungeon theme. Or play the above ground theme. And it's like they'll know exactly what you're playing. They'll just recognize it instantly.
The preponderance of secrets was just amazing. You look forward to something new every time you played it because you'd find a cool new pipe you could go down.
Fun. I mean, that's what it all boils down to. He somehow knows how to make a game with really tight controls, very compelling to play, challenging enough that you're going to be playing it for a while, and just cute enough and just cool enough to pull in every audience.
Word spreads fast, and the game soon becomes a must-have toy for kids everywhere.
And then all of a sudden, video games were back on top, and it's all thanks to Mario Brothers. It went on to be, probably the top-selling video game of all time.
With 40 million copies of his game reaching his fans, Mario proves he is as much a hit in the living room as he is in the arcade. But fans will have to wait for a sequel.
There was actually a sequel to Super Mario Brothers, but it only came out in Japan. Super Mario Brothers 2 is basically a clone of the first game. It looks very similar, but it was so tough that Nintendo was worried that American gamers would just not like it. Instead, what we got in the US was Super Mario Brothers 2 that was known in Japan as Doki Doki Panic. So Nintendo said, oh, why don't we take that game, put our Mario characters in it, because nobody cares about these Doki Doki characters, and bring that to the US.
No one seems to mind the differences. The sequel quickly sells 10 million copies. Mario Mania is in full effect. Fans eagerly await the third installment of the series.
By the time Super Mario Bros. 3 came out, Mario was a full-blown superstar mascot for Nintendo. Everybody knew him and loved him. You could turn on the TV and see Mario. You could go to the movies and see him in Wizard. He was everywhere, basically. The market was saturated with Mario.
The game arrives in stores on February 12, 1990, and once again, fans love it.
It was just a huge expansion on the concept of the original Mario. Everything was bigger, badder, better. The scope was immense. It was 3 megabits, that's like 12 times as big.
Actually, Super Mario Bros. 3 was the biggest selling game of all. That's when you really knew Nintendo was here to stay.
Despite a 6-year-old console system, Super Mario Bros. 3 sells 18 million copies, more than any other single game.
It was the biggest thing in the industry, by far. Every company wanted to have a Mario, and you saw competitors bringing out wannabe mascots too.
Like Sonic from Sega.
Back then, Sonic was gaining in popularity. He was huge. He's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And Sega was promoting the heck out of him and making him into this kind of cooler, hipper character. So yeah, there was a time there when you kind of wondered, would Sonic replace Mario?
And Nintendo needed something new, and they needed it badly. So the Genesis came out first, and it was a big leap over the NES, and then Nintendo followed suit with the machine they were developing, the Super Nintendo. Sega really capitalized on that whole, speed feel and said, this guy is much faster than Mario. Mario's the old man. And it worked. In the US, the Genesis outsold the Super Nintendo, which was amazing, based on the success of games like Sonic, but also because Sega was able to predict the market. They said, gamers are getting older, they want to play something different. Mario didn't evolve. So I don't think it's because the guys at Nintendo weren't smart enough to predict the trends. I think they were bucking it. They didn't want Mario to become a grown-up character. They wanted people who are grown-ups to feel like they were kids when they're playing.
Nintendo prepares to retake their lead by releasing a new system. Once again, they gamble the company's future on the courageous Italian.
I'm Kristen Holt, and this is The Feed. Russia will close down the music site allofmp3.com. According to an agreement between the U.S. and Russia, the Russians will close any site that illegally distributes copyrighted works. Vertigo Comics' Preacher is getting a chance on the small screen. HBO is developing an hour-long series about the possessed priest, scripted by the writer behind Daredevil and the upcoming Ghost Rider. The company that owns the rights to Barney the Dinosaur has withdrawn its legal threats against a personal website that made fun of the character. And finally, rapper Snoop Dogg was arrested after his performance on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno last night. He was charged with illegal possession of a handgun and drugs and is currently out on bail. Well, that's it for now. Visit us on the web at g4tv.com/thefeed. It's the only news you need to know. I'm Kristen Holt, and you've just been fed.
Are you a homeowner with a first mortgage, second mortgage, auto loans, student loans, or credit card debt? Well, would you like to consolidate your debts into one low monthly payment? Just call or log on to ditech.com and refinance to a low fixed rate with a lender you can trust. With Ditech, you can feel confident that you're being taken care of every step of the way. Call us now at 1-800-71-FIXED or log on to ditech.com, a GMAC company.
wake up from your sleep. We have arrived onto the future, and the whole world is become electronic, supersonic, supersonic, electronic. Hey baby, right.
NX570X notebook with Intel Centrino Duo mobile technology for under $700. Call 1-800-GATEWAY or visit gateway.com.
My children are trapped in an airport on Christmas Eve.
Unaccompanied minors stuck in a snowstorm, stranded at the airport all alone.
I'm getting us out of here. Who's with me?
We gotta try to make it on our own.
It's gonna hurt when I pee.
Unaccompanied minors stuck in a snowstorm.
Could this night get any better?
I've been good all year, fat boy.
Oh, what?
Oops, security, and now we're in the hands.
Unaccompanied minors, rated PG. Break out December 8th.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Dude, who holds the record for the most touchdown passes in a season?
That would be Mr. Peyton Manning.
Oh, sweet! You just won an iPod, dude. What's the next question?
What was the official reason for T.O.'s most recent trip to the hospital?
Accidental overdose. Accidental overdose.
Are you into sports? Text SPORT1 to 44566 now to play Friengo and win cool prizes like music gift cards, iPods, or even $1,000 cash. Text SPORT1 to 44566 now. Friengo, play more.
What is it, Bob?
You can take this job.
Yeah, you take this job and shove it. Blah, blah, blah. So you're quitting, huh?
Yep, I'm gonna be my own boss.
I bet you're gonna be your own boss. What do you know about being your own boss, Mr. Entrepreneur? Gonna buy a business, start from scratch? How about startup money?
Whoa.
Even know where to get startup money?
My brother.
Got a plan, a program, a mentor, Bob? You can't be your own boss without them.
I can't?
You're pathetic. You need an Entrepreneur of the Year nominee, Bruce A. Berman's book and CD. It's called I Got Here, You Can Too. Want to be rich, Bob?
That's the idea.
Then you gotta buy his book and CD. It shows exactly how Berman made a fortune being his own boss, and you can too. Want to start making money now, Bob?
Sure.
Thanks, guys. I'm Bruce A. Berman. If you want to make $5,000, $10,000, even $15,000 a month right now from the comfort of your own home, then you don't have to buy my book. I will give you a free copy of my book and my Making Money CD. Together, they're over $100 value. This limited time offer is available only on my website below. So go to my website now.
Celebrate Christmas the G4 way.
Come on! With an Arrested Development marathon that lasts all day.
What are you taking, stupid pills?
3 chickens dancing, 2 guys that blow.
I can blow myself.
1 never nude and an algae in the family tree. The Arrested Development Marathon with episodes of the entire first season back to back. Christmas Day, only on G4.
This party is gonna be off the hook.
Attention all gamers, X-Play is now interactive and in prime time. Join Adam and Morgan for game reviews, live on-screen chat, and video viewer mail. Weeknights at 8, only on G4.
By 1996, Mario has become a full-blown celebrity, having appeared in films, on television, as well as in the best-selling games of all time. However, Nintendo is getting ready to launch a new system, this time facing heavy competition.
Yeah, Sony had already come to market with this cool, kind of hip PS1 platform. And it surprised everybody, it was successful. And everyone was skeptical of Nintendo's machine.
They placed all their bets on Miyamoto. They knew when a new platform comes out, we have to have Miyamoto create the flagship title. And even though Mario's popularity was kind of waning in the wake of upcoming characters like Sonic and all those sports games, not only did Nintendo gamble by taking an established 2D character and making him 3D, but they also said, you know what, this is the biggest thing we have. If anybody can pull this off, it's Miyamoto and it's Mario.
Working closely with the developers, Miyamoto and his team begin to explore uncharted territory. When Mario 64 is released on September 26, 1996, the experiment pays off.
If Super Mario World was an evolution of the first Super Mario Brothers game, here's the game that is, you know, the same theme but really a revolution of it all. They took the whole concept and they made it something so different that people were instantly just flabbergasted at, you know, is this Mario? And then they played it and they're like, oh my god, it is! Super Mario 64 was just an amazing game and is still to this date. If you plop it back in, just play it for 20 minutes, you just get addicted to running around, and I don't know what it is. The way the character feels, the weight on the lawn and climbing on the trees and all that, it just works so perfectly and flows so nicely.
It was just groundbreaking. I mean, in all senses of the term. It was a real 3D world. You could go anywhere. And it set the stage for every 3D game world that we've seen since. You know, Miyamoto, the creator of that game, just revolutionary as far as his thoughts on game design, fun, immersion.
And it was huge. It was like a shockwave. It overtook everybody. And it proved that Nintendo knew its stuff, you know. No one could compete with that. Just the polish and the way in which they had brought Mario into the 3D realm. The control, the world design, you know, the level design. They've retained these classic kind of 2D feeling platformer levels and purely 3D worlds. And like they've done it in a way that nobody else could even conceive of it. It was such a success that even today Mario's looked back upon as, you know, this groundbreaking platformer in 3D. You know, developers still point to it as one of the best games of all time.
Super Mario 64 is a blockbuster, selling over 9 million copies and ensuring a healthy life for the Nintendo 64. Over the next 5 years, Mario appears in numerous games on the system, helping to establish new franchises and genres for Nintendo, like Mario Party, and Smash Brothers. In November of 2001, Nintendo releases its next console, the GameCube. For the first time, there is no Mario game at launch. But fans would not have to wait long. On August 26, 2002, the Red Cap returns in
Super Mario Sunshine! Woohoo!
I hope you're all looking forward to Mario's latest adventure.
You know, by the time Super Mario Sunshine came out, you've seen from developers games that are doing this type of thing. They're doing them well. So Nintendo couldn't really just shock everybody again. They had to just come with a solid title. And I think Super Mario Sunshine is a solid title.
Although it is unable to top the sales of its predecessors, Super Mario Sunshine is critically acclaimed, winning numerous awards. But after over 2 decades of gaming, how will Mario survive?
There's so many characters out there, so many mascots and cooler characters vying for people's attention that Mario is often forgotten. But as far as gameplay goes, Mario is still king.
I think Nintendo's insistence that they keep Mario pure and kind of a mascot that appeals to all ages, you know, has kind of helped the company over the years because Mario's become this family-branded thing, and you know, parents can go into a shop and pick up a Mario game, and they know that they're going to have something healthy for their kids. It's not going to be packed full of blood and guts or whatever.
Mario is really a gaming icon because he's been around longer than anyone else.
With 6 of the 10 all-time best-selling games and over 20 years of innovations, Mario's effect on the world of gaming is undeniable.
Just like Citizen Kane, it's really the archetype for a really good movie, and directors will always refer back to it. Mario is the one 3D game that people will refer back to.
So I think all around the industry, whether people are playing Nintendo games now or have played them in the past, that be it, you know, consumers or the people making the games, I think you're going to find Nintendo influence everywhere.
Even his creator still sees him as something special.
When people ask me to draw a picture for them, somehow, for some reason, I always end up drawing Mario.
It was created by some of the greatest minds in gaming.
Well, Keiji Inafune is best known for his Mega Man series. He's put in a lot of time and effort into his Mega Man games.
And built upon a genre made famous by evil.
Onimusha really extended the Resident Evil formula or the template.
Its creation rivaled the production of Hollywood movies.
Onimusha's budget was huge.
We actually tried to do something that had never been done before. I figured this was a game that really needed music on a large scale. It really needed something powerful.
It looks real when you see it, and looks like a Hollywood film.
But the road wasn't always clear.
He wanted a real epic feel to the game, and he really didn't think the PlayStation was powerful enough.
But they overcame those obstacles, and its success was huge.
It's this very cool universal game that most games don't really have.
It was one of the first million-selling games on the PS2.
This is how a gaming dynasty was created. This is the history of Onimusha. It's 1999, and Sony's PlayStation is the undisputed king of the 32-bit console wars, thanks in part to the runaway success of a game called Resident Evil from Capcom. The Japanese developer decides to build on the budding survival horror genre as an industry veteran steps up to the plate.
Keiji Inafune is best known for his Mega Man series, and he's put in a lot of time and effort into his Mega Man games.
Inafune decides to take the gameplay style made famous by the Resident Evil series and steer it in a new direction.
I've always been a fan of Akira Kurosawa's samurai movies. Ever since I was a young child, I've always thought they were like super cool, and if only I could make that kind of a game. That was what we started with. Mr. Inafune brought this idea to me and said, listen, I want you to head up a game that's going to use samurais in some sort of aspect. I think that'd be very cool.
And a very unique twist is added to the plan. A famous Japanese actor is cast as the hero.
We wanted a game that would appeal to men and women. So how we got women to play the game was we used a super cool Japanese actor at that time, Kaneshiro. He was probably at the time, and could be even still now, the most popular male actor in Japan right now. And by putting him in the game, we figured we would get a lot more female gamers that would actually want to buy the game just because he's in it.
Using Takeshi Kaneshiro's likeness definitely was a big help for Onimusha, mainly because they face mapped a Japanese star, which the Japanese public knows already, and to put him in a game and see him moving in a samurai outfit and everything, it was stirred up quite an excitement in Japan.
But it's not long before the first real battle begins.
Well, Onimusha was first planned for the PlayStation, but Funesan tried it out on the PlayStation, and in fact he was using the Mega Man Legends engine for a little bit, which was his previous 3D game for the PlayStation. But he found that it was really boring and that the only thing you can do in a PlayStation 3D setting is to just constantly battle enemies with your sword. And he wanted more than that.
Yes, actually, we did have a version, a PS1 version. And although we were actually able to make a character that kind of resembled Kaneshiro, it wasn't enough. It wasn't to the point where you'd go like, wow, that is him. It was close, but still kind of a miss.
He wanted a story, he wanted some action, he wanted a real epic feel to the game, and he really didn't think the PlayStation was powerful enough to present what he really wanted to show.
And as we were developing the game, about halfway through the development, Sony released the specs for the PS2. And when I heard those, I was like, wow, that's amazing. If we use these specs, then in fact we can make a character that looks as real as the actual person. So you would get kind of the movie-esque feel that we probably couldn't have achieved with any hardware before that time.
The team is forced to make a very difficult decision.
We'd already come this far with the PlayStation 1 version. And a lot of the staff said, we want to release it on PlayStation 1. We've already put all this work into it. We don't have to change everything over to PlayStation 2. And it was a really difficult decision, but in the end I decided we needed to go with PlayStation 2 if we were going to come out with a new series with a bang.
That decision set the team back months. Capcom decides that Onimusha Warlords will be big and gives the game a budget to match.
Onimusha's budget was huge. It's probably Capcom's biggest budget they've ever put on a game, and in fact it put a lot of pressure on Keiji Inafune to deliver a Class A title.
The pressure is on. Changing platforms has pushed back the schedule, and working on a new platform presents its own set of challenges. But the team at Capcom is committed to making the game a hit.
Originally the game was designed based on the feudal, the Warring States Japan era and the samurais that existed then. That was the start of the game, the base that the game was founded upon. Those are the roots, I feel, of Onimusha that need to be protected in the future. So I went to a lot of different castles, a lot of temples. I visited Kyoto, which is the most traditional city that has probably the most historical artifacts and locations remaining.
And the storyline for Onimusha is fully fleshed out.
It's the story during the warring feudal states era in Japan. And it takes place right before Oda Nobunaga, who is actually a historical figure in Japan, who tried to unite all of these different Japanese states that were separated. He came very close to doing it, but died right before he was able to do it. So what I did was I took that as the main backdrop for the evil villain of the game. Oda Nobunaga makes a pact with the devil to come back to life. And with that power, he tries to finish the job that he started out doing.
In Onimusha, the story really leaves a lot of room for the action in the game. It's really basic. You're Samanosuke, this really noble warrior, and you're doing what noble warriors do. You're saving a princess.
Princess Yuki!
From an evil demon lord who has brought the undead back to basically slaughter all of feudal Japan. You're the last hope, essentially.
The team at Capcom now has a base to build a game on, but the hard part is just beginning.
Thundercats Season 2, Volume 2. The end is here.
We're on our way.
The final adventures. All 31 episodes on 6 discs. Don't miss the epic finale. Thundercats on DVD today.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Can you really get a $150,000 mortgage for $450 a month? Now you can, with the new Secure Advantage loan, exclusively from Quicken Loans. Nothing cuts your payment like Secure Advantage, the loan that gives you the advantage of choosing an incredibly low payment month after month.
Quicken Loans is allowing us to do a lot of different things we weren't able to do before.
We saved about $4,000 a year.
Quicken Loans is fast, friendly, and we saved a lot of money.
With the Secure Advantage loan, you could cut your payment by over 50%. Take a look. The traditional payment on a $150,000 mortgage at 7% interest is $1,000. But with the new Secure Advantage mortgage only from Quicken Loans, you can select a payment of just $450 a month. That's a difference of $6,600 a year. Isn't that worth a few minutes on the phone?
Make that call.
Whether you're buying or refinancing, Secure Advantage can be a great tool to lower your payment and increase your cash flow by thousands a year. That means you'll have more cash on hand to save, remodel your home, pay off credit cards, or whatever you need. Call toll-free now while rates are still low and ask how Quicken Loans can help you lower your payment by over 50%.
We saved really hundreds of dollars a month. And that means a lot, especially when you have kids away at school.
You want to get more for your money, and that's what I got.
No matter what your loan amount, Secure Advantage can make a huge difference in your payment. Whether your mortgage is $200,000, $300,000, even $500,000, your payment can be lower than you ever imagined. Call now to see how Secure Advantage could cut your payment by over 50%, whether you're buying a new home or refinancing. Quicken Loans makes it fast and easy. You can get approved over the phone and close right in your home. If a $150,000 mortgage for only $450 a month sounds good to you, if you'd like to increase your cash flow by thousands of dollars a year, call now and ask about the new Secure Advantage loan. Quicken Loans, America's home loan experts.
They were ordinary people, unsuspecting, innocent victims. Meet the man behind it all.
You're a piece of garbage. You owe me the money. John, run through. You said that we could do this to the house.
I know you. This is on camera.
Jamie Kennedy is back. And no one is safe.
You've been X'd. You've been X'd. You've been X'd. No!
The Jamie Kennedy Experiment. Tonight at 6, only on G4.
Go to G4TV.com. Always fresh, always new, always plugged in.
By late 1999, Onimusha begins taking shape. Resident Evil fans who have heard early previews for the game are growing more and more excited about Capcom's new offering.
I guess if I had to sum it up really quickly, the Onimusha-esque nature of the game would have to be that you can slash very quickly. It's these quick battles, slashing through the enemies, a quick pace. It all feels really good because you're just slashing through one enemy, then you go to the next one, cut him down, and you just quickly proceed through the game.
Onimusha really brought that extended the Resident Evil formula or the template for that game was the Gauntlet, where you could suck demon souls and essentially upgrade and do power-ups. There was quite a cool system where you could do lots of cool sword slashing moves.
To give Onimusha a truly cinematic feel, Capcom pushes the envelope of game production.
We actually tried to do something that had never been done before. I figured this was a game that really needed music on a large scale. It really needed something powerful, something moving, and just your typical normal background music wasn't going to cut it. So we decided we needed an orchestra, but we didn't want to just stop there.
Onimusha was probably one of the first games to really move the cinema-inspired game into the future, where they were first on PS2, so they had the DVD format to their advantage. So ultra-crisp picture, obviously, and this awesome DVD quality cinema. Because they went to the masters. They went to people who actually made movies. And you had the Kurosawa films, the old 1960s, 1970s black and white samurai flicks that really inspired this. And you combine that with this really cool, visceral action game.
Men, fight and die with honor!
So we had the orchestra upped in people to about 200-person orchestra working on the soundtrack or the opening for the game. That has never been done before. It was quite a task, but in the end, as you can see by the results of the first one, it was very powerful.
The score in Onimusha, it really brought out the cinematic appeal. It really lent itself to that cinema quality of gaming.
And the composer they find is every bit as unique as the game they're making.
We actually decided to use a man named Samura Goichi. And this Samura Goichi is someone who's actually very established, known, talented in Japan. He's worked on several movies.
He is hard of hearing, and to come up with such an epic score like that for Onimusha is just unfathomable.
Onimusha Warlords comes out on March 14th, 2001, and Capcom gets the blockbuster it wants. It becomes the first PlayStation 2 game to sell over 1 million copies and hits 2 million copies in a year, and critics are ecstatic.
Yes, it was one of the first million-selling games on the PS2.
This way, sir.
And it is absolutely incredible. I mean, it looks real when you see it, and it looks like a Hollywood film when you see it.
You follow them through the other way.
Understand.
It had the fixed backgrounds, obviously, so you're running around in the same world where it was a very grim, very, very sinister universe. But then it added a lot more action to it. You weren't really limited in your bullets because you had a sword, and you could slice up demons. So it made it a lot more visceral, a lot more fun. Onimusha was just pure, exhilarating fun.
In 2002, an enhanced Xbox version is released, called Genma Onimusha.
I was also the producer on Genma Onimusha, and with that, one of the things that the game got criticized for was being too hard.
What is this?
We didn't mean to be mean to the players, we didn't mean to frustrate the different players, but we did want to challenge them.
But the next move will be a full sequel. The name of this new game will be Onimusha 2: Samurai's Destiny.
Usually sequels should be better than the originals, although often they aren't. But with Onimusha 2, we had to maintain the Onimusha-esque nature of the game, yet at the same time have something there that would make the fans really say, wow, this is even better than the first one. Trying to get that in the right combination sometimes is quite difficult. In 2, the main character is Yagyu Jubei. He also stands against Oda Nobunaga.
And once again, a famous movie star is used as the main character. But this time, the choice of actor presents a unique challenge.
Actually, with Onimusha 2, the main character was based on a famous Japanese actor named Yusaku Matsuda. Unfortunately, he passed away due to cancer.
Actually, his last movie that he did was Black Rain with Michael Douglas. And after he did that movie, he passed away, and he was a huge star in Japan.
So we used someone who had kind of a similar build. We used them in the motion capture and then animated the rest around those images.
And to face map him and to put him in a recent modern game, it was just unheard of. It was both controversial and exciting at the same time. But when people saw the final result, it was a formula that worked.
But while a new hero and new story are added, the basic gameplay remains pretty much the same.
Onimusha 2 is more just a bare-bones sequel. It didn't really step forward too much. It was just continuing the franchise where, Onimusha 2 was really closed. It was all fixed backgrounds, pre-rendered. So, yeah, Onimusha 2, just typical sequel, I would say.
Onimusha 2 is released in March 2002. The game is another hit. In Japan, it sells 1 million copies in only 3 weeks. But some gamers aren't totally satisfied.
Unfortunately, it used pre-rendered backgrounds, which are famous in the Resident Evil series as well. A lot of Americans didn't like it because America is a country where you need to have full 3D polygons in order to hit it big with an action game.
Work begins right away on Onimusha 3, but this time Capcom plans to make some serious changes.
I'm Kristen Holt, and this is The Feed. The newest dashboard update for Xbox Live contains support for 1080p. An update for Texas Hold'em, which was erasing scores on Xbox Live Arcade, but Microsoft claims it's now been fixed. Sony announced Ken Kutaragi will step down from running its games division. He'll remain chairman and CEO, while U.S. manager Kaz Hirai will become president. The violent video game law, co-authored by Jack Thompson and passed by the Louisiana legislature, was ruled unconstitutional by a federal judge. No anti-video game bill has passed constitutional review. And finally, a group of zombie impersonators is suing the city of Minneapolis. The zombies were jailed in July after police mistook wires on their costumes for bombs. Well, that's all for now. Visit us on the web at g4tv.com/thefeed. It's the only news you need to know. I'm Kristen Holt, and you've just been fed.
Let's get bombed!
Yeah! Cold beer.
It's magical.
Hot babes.
We are going to spank you.
I like that.
The party's coming to your house.
We came here to drink some beer.
Beer Fest, available now in a case. Buy the unrated DVD Tuesday.
Your 3 medium Pizza Hut pizzas.
That's only $5 each, right?
Yes, sir. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Oh, yeah! Honey, the Pizza Hut kid made a mistake again! I got 3 medium Pizza Hut pizzas for the same price as those other guys! Yeah!
It's no mistake. Pay just $5 each for 3 medium one-topping hand-tossed Pizza Hut pizzas. That's right, just $5 each. Want to get 3 for $5? Go for the good stuff.
Just tell me right now, like first impression, would you marry me?
There's so many different things about me that I do not like.
Let's talk about something fun. How about magic?
I like peanuts. I like cashews, especially candied. Anything in a trail mix.
Tired of bad dates? Maybe it's time to try eHarmony. At eHarmony, we only match you with other singles who have been pre-screened for compatibility with you. So when you get to the first date, you know you have so much in common. Log on today and get your free personality profile.
You don't have to change what you're about to change your future. Look at my boy Mario. He turned his love for everything tech into a sweet career. How do you do it? DeVry University. Mario logged on to DeVryCIS03.com and received his free career guide. That's when he found out DeVry offered a wide range of program tracks, so he could focus on what interested him most, like using computers to help solve crimes or protect online information. So Mario earned his bachelor's degree in computer information systems, and he did it in just 3 years. DeVry's classes are small and feature a hands-on learning style. So Mario knew he'd be getting all he needed to get ahead. And because DeVry is accredited like the top state universities, he got respect from the people who matter most, the ones hiring. Why not hook yourself up with what it takes to succeed and change everything without changing yourself? Call or log on now to DeVryCIS03.com. But hurry, classes start soon. DeVry University.
Unleash your inner rock star. Guitar Hero 2, rated T for Teen.
Hey, you got Singular?
No, Sprint.
Sprint mobile broadband downloads 5 times faster than Singular's Edge.
Well, I'm done.
Because in business, it pays to keep moving. Get the power of the nation's largest mobile broadband network. Get a free mobile broadband card. Visit sprint.com/mobile broadband. Sprint. Power up.
Morning movies. Morning. You've all been picked. You're all heading out. Netflix users have made a list of the DVDs they want to see. They'll receive their movies, it's you guys, in about 1 business day. Now, with never late fee, they can keep you as long as they like. As soon as they send one of you back in this prepaid envelope, we'll automatically send another from their list. Let's move it, people. You've all got places to be. You too, romantic comedy.
Netflix, the DVDs you want from only $5.99 a month.
Celebrate Christmas the G4 way.
Come on! With an Arrested Development marathon that lasts all day.
What are you taking, stupid pills?
3 chickens dancing, 2 guys that blow.
I can blow myself.
1 never nude and an alky in the family tree.
The Arrested Development Marathon with episodes of the entire first season back to back. Christmas Day, only on G4.
This party is gonna be off the hook.
Tonight on Attack of the Show, Jay and Silent Bob strike back. We talk with Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes about the Clerks 2 DVD release. And on location from Golden Apple Comics, we're giving you the best comics of November when we serve up some fresh ink. It's Attack of the Show tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Go to G4TV.com. Always fresh, always new, always plugged in.
By 2003, Onimusha and Onimusha 2 are both hits, but critics aren't happy with what they consider to be a lack of innovation in the series. Capcom decides to tackle those complaints head-on and make Part 3 the biggest of them all.
We're going to make good on the mistakes we had with the first one, and that is the pre-rendered backgrounds are now gone and have been replaced with full 3D polygons.
In Onimusha 3, you have a 3D environment. You have a 3D camera that works more like a movie camera than it does a typical 3D platformer camera, where it trails the character to give it more of a cinematic quality. It's this very cool quality that still has the presence of what Onimusha 1 and 2 are about.
And using another famous actor for the lead role is now standard procedure.
The Onimusha series has always been famous for having a famous actor in some way, shape, or form. It's kind of a symbol of the series, and even if I didn't want to put a famous actor in, I would still have to. The upper management would make me.
But this time around, they need someone with worldwide appeal.
With 3, we wanted to go more international. We needed somebody who was famous in Europe, America, Japan. There are very few people that fit that mold. Also, the game being set in Paris, we decided we wanted a French actor that actually have made their way to Japan and that are famous in America. Very few. Matter of fact, there's only one. That is Jean Reno. That is why we decided to use him.
Using Jean Reno's likeness in the game was a big surprise, not just to the Japanese gamers, but to American gamers who have seen him in stuff like The Professional and stuff like that, and to see an actor that you recognize, because these other 2 Japanese characters, not many Americans would know, but with Jean Reno, you're definitely appealing to a wider audience, and it was a big shock to everybody.
Using Jean Reno is just like any director in a movie using a star. We want him to place emphasis on the character he is being. Jean Reno is maybe a hook, a selling point, something that can get people to buy the game, and initially when they play the game, they realize, hey, I'm being Jean Reno. But that's only for about the first 5 minutes, and later we want them to actually get into the story as this character, Jacques Brun.
In Part 3, Jacques Brun teams up with Samanosuke from the first Onimusha to bring an end to the threat of Nobunaga once and for all.
3 takes place using the same character that was in number 1, Samanosuke. And Samanosuke follows Oda Nobunaga all the way to Honnoji Temple. He tries to finish this long climactic battle. So number 3 wraps it all up as Samanosuke fights Nobunaga for the final time.
To bring these 2 heroes together, a little bit of science fiction is brought into play.
You have this little time travel element. You have all these really awkward-looking modern weapons set against Samanosuke's steel sword. It's kind of a cool element, bullets versus steel, old versus new. You have the whole French angle, and then the feudal Japan angle. modern day settings. It's this very cool universal game that most games don't really have. But this is really dynamic.
The Onimusha franchise has worldwide appeal.
There's that stigma with Onimusha where it transcends language barriers, and the fact that they use this famous Japanese actor who happened to be dead really made it hit home with Japanese audiences. And like maybe that didn't really matter to American audiences who were playing the game.
Capcom capitalizes by introducing more games like Onimusha Tactics and Blade Warriors, a 2D fighting game.
And then you have the Onimusha, license, which is going to be made into a movie supposedly in the next couple of years. While they say Onimusha 3 is the last true sequel, it seems like something that will keep going on and on and on. It's Capcom. They'll figure out a way to keep it going, even if they say this is the last game.
And Onimusha's influence lives on. Its gameplay is copied by other developers.
Actually, one of the features that we are kind of proud of, we have the little sub-quests in the game called the Makukukan.
Won't you go to the Dark Realm?
If you're going to translate that, it would be something like Magic World or Underworld.
I hope you come back alive.
Provides a little more variety to the game. We have seen with some other games that have come out quite recently, even including the new Zelda. And actually, we are very surprised that that section of the game would influence so many other different games. Most of the artists, the sound designers, most of the people that come to Capcom are all people that have a lot of pride in their work. They have a specific image that they want to go by, that they want to create, and they're not going to stop until it's perfect.
Oh, and tell the zombies they're blocked too.
Like every hero, he had obstacles to overcome.
And they said, there's no way this will sell.
But the rewards were great.
If they didn't have Mega Man, I don't even know how they'd be surviving today, honestly.
Learn the secrets behind his power.
It's about one thing. And it's always about one thing, blasting.
It's a huge cast of characters that any kid can enjoy.
Everybody loves Mega Man.
And meet Inafune, the man behind the Mega.
I had no idea my luck would go this well, that this character would be this great and last this long. So yes, it was a huge surprise for me.
In 1984, a Japanese video game company named Capcom hits its stride in the arcade scene with popular hits including 1942 and Gunsmoke. Their success allows them to expand, and a young artist named Keiji Inafune is hired.
I've always liked drawing pictures. From a long time ago, I've always wanted to be an illustrator. Just about at the time that I had graduated, video gaming companies were becoming very popular, and they had always wanted young, talented artists. And it was a good chance for me to break out, get into a company, and prove myself. So it just happened to be the right timing for me to be an illustrator.
Inafune goes to work on Capcom's newest arcade game.
The very, very first project I ever did was an arcade game called Street Fighter. Then after that, when we were doing the project, they said, we're working on a new title for the home consumer division, and we'd like you to participate in that. So it was at that time I joined the Mega Man project.
And the hunt for the hero turns personal.
A lot of the character design for Mega Man is based upon some of the Japanese cartoons that I saw when I was a child. I've always liked the images and the art. And when I was making this game, it was kind of like a going back to my roots, going back to my childhood when I designed it. It was very fun to design that character.
And that character needs a name.
Before it was Rockman, it was originally going to be Mighty Kid, or Knuckle Kid, and this is how we were doing the package. So we decided on Rockman. And in the end, it did become the state's Mega Man. Actually, it's not a rock like a stone or a pebble. That was not where the name Rockman comes from. It comes from rock and roll. There's also another character named Roll. When I first designed the character, I had rock and roll in mind. For me, Rockman, or Mega Man, has always been a game that's been designed with music in mind. Music's always been a very important part of the series. This is Mega Man 1, all the original bosses that I drew with my own two hands. When I look at it now, I think, man, I really wasn't that good, was I?
With the characters and story in place, it's time to rock and roll.
Basically, when you think about it, there's not something in the world that is just stronger than everybody else. Almost everything has something it's stronger than and something that it's weaker to. Sort of like in scissors, rock, and paper. Scissors will beat paper, but it loses to the rock. Paper will beat the rock, but it loses to the scissors. So that's how the Mega Man weapons work.
Well, the whole idea behind Mega Man was you defeat one boss, and then you go to the next boss by using the weapon you just gained.
They also give players a new kind of freedom.
The original Mega Man game was interesting because it was one of the first games that allowed you to choose what level you played first. It was a linear platform game like a lot of other platform games, but you had a lot of freedom up front to choose the path that you wanted to take through the game.
With Mega Man, they were giving the player something to look forward to, an element of strategy, which most games back then really didn't have.
Once the game is finished, Inafune has to face his own bosses.
After we got the game done, we took it over to sales. And we said, look, we got the game done, this is what it's like. And they said, there's no way this will sell. So I was really disappointed, of course. I was like, well, I tried my best, my hardest, really worked hard at it, and it didn't work out.
Capcom decides to release the game in Japan in a limited amount. Surprising everyone, the game catches on in Japan. Capcom decides to bring the little robot to America. Before they cross cultures, they make a few changes.
It had some of the worst box art in the history of video games. It doesn't look anything near the Mega Man that we see today.
The box art for the first Mega Man game in the US was done very quickly. The president of Capcom US said to his marketing guy, you know, we need a cover done tomorrow. And he went out and got a friend of his to do it in like 6 hours. And that's the reason why it turned out so bad.
They had some 45-year-old guy with a strange-looking weapon.
Despite the cover, word begins to spread. And sales of Mega Man begin to gain momentum.
The first Mega Man was indeed a sleeper hit. Word of mouth really caught on with Mega Man.
The Mega Man team begins to work on the sequel, but this time with a little extra help.
Character Bushu.
This was an illustration used in a poster which said, we are waiting for everyone's ideas for new enemies.
There was a contest in Nintendo Power where kids could create robot monsters for the game.
When the sequel arrives in America in 1989, there's already a captive audience ready to face the evil Dr. Wily.
If I were to have to throw out one single Mega Man title that I really liked, I guess it would be Mega Man 2. It was probably the one game where I really felt that I had put in 100% of everything that I was aiming for. Out of all the games I've made, one of the best ones. I really liked it.
Capcom, realizing the potential of the game, throws their weight behind the series.
When we made the first Mega Man, you're always limited by memory, how much space you have on the cartridges, and we had tons of characters that we had created that we all wanted to fit in the first game that we couldn't. So all the characters that were left over, we decided to put in number 2. A lot of the characters became a lot more bright and colorful. The sprites were a lot prettier in the second one. We were able to do a lot of things that we couldn't do in the first one.
The game is popular, selling more copies than the original and ensuring that the Blue Bomber will return.
Mega Man and Street Fighter came out around the same time, are responsible for, Capcom. They branded Capcom. They made them a company to be reckoned with. People didn't really know Capcom as a brand until, Mega Man came shooting in.
With the success of 2 Mega Man games, Capcom rushes to release number 3.
When Mega Man 1 and 2 and 3 hit, it was huge. I mean, they kept coming out in progression. Like, it was, one after the other after the other. Capcom didn't waste any time. They might not have known they had a hit on their hands, but once they did, it was immediate.
Mega Man is on a roll, but Capcom's next move will be a frustrating one.
New Q horsepower is here, and no leading synthetic oil delivers more power than Q horsepower. Unleash all your horses. Got rumbling hunger? Shut it up with the new barbecue bacon tender crisp, the most powerful sandwich in its class from Burger King.
When old enemies return, a new order is born.
We need someone to teach us how to defend ourselves.
And the fate of their world will be decided. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Hello? Or is it aloha? Because Hubba Bubba might be hooking you up with a Hawaiian Island adventure. I'm talking 5 days, you and 4 Gus, doing all wild and crazy island adventure stuff. Grab a pack of your favorite Hubba Bubba, get the key code, and log on to hubbabubba.com to enter. Get your parents' permission first.
The Hubba Bubba Island Adventure. Many will play, few will win.
Mom.
Thousands of other prizes, no purchase necessary.
Mom.
For free entry, go to hubbabubba.com.
Mom! That's so Hubba Bubba.
Yellow card.
Let me light up the skies. Light it up for you.
Yellow Card returns with their new album, Paper Walls.
I would die for you.
Featuring the new single, Light Up the Sky. Don't miss Yellow Card on Warped Tour this summer. Paper Walls, the new album from Yellow Card. In stores and online now.
I thought taking payments for my settlement was the right thing to do. But life has a way of throwing little surprises at you. Getting small payments over time just wasn't working. I really needed money now, so I called Law Street Capital, and they gave me a lump sum so I could go on with my life. I mean, who knows what other little surprises are right around the corner.
Do you like these for the twins? Law Street Capital can buy out your structured settlement, annuity, lotto, even jackpot winnings. Law Street Capital, it's your money. Get it now.
The new Dell Inspiron 1420, powered by Intel Centrino Duo processor technology. Dell, yours is here.
Homeowners, want to refinance and get cash? Countrywide has a great reason to do it now. A no-cost refi. It has no points, no credit reporting fee, and no third-party fees, no title, escrow, or appraisal fees. Absolutely no closing costs. So you wind up with a lot more cash. Call now and ask for a no-cost refi. We're America's #1 home loan lender, and no one can do what Countrywide can. Call 1-800-643-8719.
You think you've got what it takes to be a ninja warrior? Ninja, please. Show us your stuff for a chance to become a real ninja warrior. Break out the cam, bust out your moves, and you could win a trip to Japan for a chance to compete in G4's American Ninja Challenge. Visit G4TV.com/Ninja Warrior for complete rules and entry requirements. Just make sure not to hurt yourself or anybody else, because ninjas are awesome. Personal injury lawsuits are not.
In 1991, Nintendo releases the Super Nintendo, an updated version of their aging console system. With the arrival of better graphics and sound, classic 8-bit games are given new life in a 16-bit world. But one character is nowhere to be seen.
I think they continued to do Mega Man games for the NES because, first of all, it was easy to do. It was inexpensive for them to develop additional Mega Man games. All 6 of the Mega Man games for the NES use the same character animation. They have different music, different backgrounds, different enemies, different things to do, but it's basically the same engine. They got it right the first time, and they just continued to do it.
They didn't want to mess with the formula. Capcom's famous for not messing with a good thing, and at the time, Mega Man 2 had done outrageous numbers, and 3 did fairly well, and they figured, why mess with a good thing?
Mega Man 4 blasts its way onto shelves in 1991. However, many people are beginning to move on to the newer system, leaving the Blue Bomber with a shrinking fan base. Mega Man 5 is released in 1992. And Mega Man 6 hits the shelves a year later with little fanfare. The future looks bleak for the little robot. But in true video game style, he's about to get another life. By 1994, Capcom has quite a bit of experience making games for the Super Nintendo. They know that they will have to do more than just re-release older games on the new system. Mega Man needs a makeover.
I guess with every system you have to have some sort of major evolution because graphically you can do so much more. The cool thing about Mega Man is he didn't go into 3D because you couldn't really quite yet, so instead what Capcom did was just give him a makeover and make him Mega Man X.
Using elements of the original series, Capcom's designers add new moves. And new characters to give gamers a different experience.
Yeah, the Mega Man X series was very different from the originals. It still had the same type of gameplay. The character was similar, but it took place in a different time frame. The Mega Man X games are harder.
I tend to not like the Mega Man X series, mainly because it's really hard. I feel like breaking my controller when I play them.
They're much more serious in tone. The boss characters in the original Mega Man games are a little more comical and lighthearted and more colorful. The Mega Man X characters are hard and metallic, and some of those games are brutally difficult.
Yet the game finds its fans.
So it was this really cool techno quality to Mega Man. It was really neat. Like, all the bosses were a lot more extravagant. All the sprites were a lot more colorful. Instead of the basic Flame Man, you had like mantises and peacocks and all these really extravagant creatures and bosses that you really didn't expect in the Mega Man universe. But when they make a flamingo robotic, it's cool for some reason. Dr. Wily knew what he was doing.
Mega Man X arrives in stores in 1994. And Mega Man fans take notice. Mega Man's popularity is on the rise, and Capcom releases 2 games only a few months apart, Mega Man X2 and Mega Man 7. For the first time, Capcom allows 2 separate series to continue simultaneously, both the X series and the Classic series.
It got to a point where there was just a new Mega Man game coming out practically every year. I don't know if everybody was on top of that and was just continuing to buy all the Mega Man games, but the fact that there was a steady stream of games with that character in it really guaranteed that he would continue to be successful even when the newer systems started to come out.
Mega Man X3 arrives in stores less than a year later, but once again, the video game landscape is changing, and Mega Man will soon find himself homeless. By 1997, Nintendo has retired their Super Nintendo, and Sony's PlayStation is sending shockwaves through the industry. But Sony isn't exactly embracing Mega Man with open arms.
I don't know if Sony's ever spoken about this policy on the record, but it's pretty well known that in the early days of the PlayStation, they really wanted to differentiate the PlayStation hardware from everything else that had come before it. And what that meant in a nutshell was 3D games as opposed to 2D games.
Sony does not like 2D games. It was important for Capcom to continue its formula of what worked, and 2D was what worked for them, so they originally did not want to do much for PlayStation because Sony did not want them to do anything for them.
When Capcom approached them with Mega Man for the PlayStation in the US, and Sony shot him down.
Capcom still moves ahead, and to mark the 10th anniversary of the Blue Bomber, they decide to release Mega Man 8, an update for the Classic series, for the Sega Saturn.
Ready.
Fearing the competition, Sony also agrees to release the game. But they have a condition.
And Sony insisted that the PlayStation version of Mega Man 8 have something different, special, additional, that the Saturn version didn't have. They ended up including a commemorative booklet that showed all the different boss characters from various Mega Man games, just so that Sony could say, hey, the PlayStation version's got something the Saturn version doesn't have.
Mega Man finally arrives on Sony's new console, but his next jump will be an unexpected one.
Peter Moore gets a $1.5 million bonus. The feed starts in 60 seconds.
Rated teen. The line between good and evil has been drawn. Protect. Destroy. Which side will you choose? Transformers the game.
Yo, what your boys got there?
It's a pizzone.
That's huge.
Delicious.
So...
No.
It's back. The Pizza Hut Pizzone is yours alone. Over 1 pound of melted cheese and tasty toppings baked in a pizza crust. A big eat for the tiny price of $5.99. Or get 2 for $10.99. Tackle your hunger with classic, meaty, or pepperoni.
Hey, Mooch, you want one?
Yeah.
Order up. Get way more. Get America's favorite pizza, Pizza Hut, now online.
Hey guys, I'm Layla Kaylee. Electronic Arts is rolling out the red carpet for Peter Moore, who just stepped down from his VP position at Microsoft by giving him a $1.5 million bonus and a base salary of $550,000. Apparently, running the sports division at EA is a better paying gig than President of the United States, which only pays $400,000 annually. Not if you have stocks in Halliburton, though. In other news, Steve Jobs, the father of the iPod, topped Blender magazine's list of the 25 most influential people in web music, dubbed the Power Geek 25. The mag put Tom Anderson and Krista Wolf, co-founders of MySpace, as second on the list. Get more of the news you need to know at G4TV.com/thefeed. I am Layla Kaylee, and you've just been fed.
It's the 10th and final season, Stargate SG-1.
Let's go save the galaxy.
With special features and deleted scenes. Stargate SG-1 on DVD July 24th.
People are smart. And when it comes to home loans, they don't want smoke and mirrors. They want a smart rate. Like our 30-year fixed mortgage around 6 1/8%. Call 1-800-DITEC-1 now to get a loan without being sawed in half. DITEC. People are smart.
Try Sweet Peppermint. We for business.
Sweet Peppermint is a hit.
Does this feel familiar to anyone else? Like deja vu?
So Brad from accounting tells me if the new flavor lasts so long, won't we sell
less gum? Yes, we will sell less gum. The flavor does last too long. This all happened before. But now the factory shuts down. And you say?
Maybe the flavor does last too long.
New Stride Sweet Peppermint, the ridiculously long-lasting gum.
Don't worry about those guys.
I am just so sick of this.
Dude, what do you expect? You went with Geico.com. What, to save some money?
It's my life, okay?
Just a little loyalty would be nice, that's all.
What? Having Geico makes me less of a caveman?
Tina's here. We're getting back together.
Hey, give us a minute.
Geico.com. So easy, a caveman can do it.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Stay focused for the next 60 seconds. That's all the time I have to tell you the truth about HD television. The truth your cable company doesn't want you to hear. Cable wants you to believe they're keeping up with HD capacity. They're not. But DirecTV is. And soon, DirecTV will be offering up to 150 HD channels. That's 3 times more than cable. Call now for the best in HD. DirecTV also has more sports in HD than cable. And with DirecTV, every channel is 100% digital picture and sound. Do you know what else? Packages start at only $29.99 per month. Compare that to your cable bill. There are no startup costs, no equipment to buy, and professional installation is free. Call now. You also get a free HD receiver or DirecTV DVR upgrade. Call immediately and receive a free 7-inch portable DVD player from America's #1 satellite provider. Time's up. Make the call.
In 7 days,
Iron Man,
Resident Evil 3,
Beowulf,
Bionic Woman,
Watchmen,
Rob Zombie's Halloween, and The Dark Knight. Comic-Con 07 Live starts next Thursday night at 7 on G4.
In 1998, Capcom follows up Mega Man's arrival on the PlayStation by agreeing to Sony's demand for a new look at the little robot.
Wait a second. Where are you going, Mega Man? That's not the right way.
But the overhaul will take some work.
The Mega Man series is originally a 2D game, and trying to transform that 2D game into a 3D world. How would Mega Man look as he's jumping in a 3D world? How would he look as he's firing, running, all in this 3D world? So many different animations and movements you have to think about that aren't considered in 2D because they don't exist. If I was going to have to say there's one particular trait about the Mega Man Legends series that really stands out, it would have to be that you're on an adventure.
I'm okay, Roll. Everything's all right here.
Trying to put Rockman in this new 3D world and have him interact with everything in a believable fashion and still have all the fans think, yes, that is in fact the Mega Man that I'm used to playing as. Trying to keep that image was very difficult. It's a game that utilizes 3D, a really free world where you can go and do anything you really want to. It's not very linear. And with this adventurous world inside the Mega Man Legends series, we figured that there's a lot of different kinds of action, not just destroying an enemy or defeating an enemy. Other kinds of action are just, for example, walking down the road and maybe you kick a can or you shoot down a tree or something like that. So that alone gave it a lot of freedom and made it a lot more of a huge, whole new world and adventure. I think that's what really makes the Legends series stand out.
Mega Man Legends is definitely, I would say, it's the most underrated Mega Man game. I mean, it took Mega Man kicking and screaming into 3D gaming.
Unfortunately, many don't agree.
The graphics were not state-of-the-art, but they were decent at the time, and still Mega Man fans picked up on. It didn't sell as well as the 2D games, but it was something that at least made Sony happy. It was 3D on their platform.
Boy, that new engine sure is something. Completely different from the old one.
Following the leap into the third dimension, Capcom begins to look for other video game genres for their star to explore. First, Capcom sets their sights on the popular world of strategy gaming with the Mega Man Battle Network series.
Actually, there was two things that were kind of problematic about Battle Network #1. First of all, there was never a game of its type before. There was no pattern to follow, no rough idea to go upon. If there was any type game, it was never really successful. They'd all failed. So to blend an action game along with the kind of fun you get from the Pokemon games or a Yu-Gi-Oh card game or something like that. To blend those two elements together, just the right amount of balance to make the game fun, yet new and fresh, that was very difficult.
The combat system in the Mega Man Battle Network games is very different from what you see in a traditional Mega Man game. It's really an interesting variation from the type of gameplay that Mega Man is known for.
But Capcom returns to the classic Mega Man style with the release of Mega Man Zero.
Going back to that style of gameplay, it's a lot easier to understand what you have to do when you go into a game like that cold and you just pick up the controller for the first time. You run to the right and you beat guys up. You shoot, you jump on platforms. People are comfortable with that.
In 2003, Capcom celebrates the 15th anniversary of its beloved character and releases updates to all 3 of its ongoing Mega Man series. Mega Man X7, Mega Man Network Transmission, and Mega Man Zero 2. After 15 years as one of the most revered game characters, he shows no signs of slowing.
But Mega Man is Capcom's biggest selling game series of all time.
Mr. Mega Man is a very appealing character. He's got just the right amount of zip and power. There are so many different Mega Mans that you're always going to find one that appeals to you.
Mega Man's still around today is because he's one of the staples of gaming history.
They're gonna keep making them damn things until he dies. I don't know.
He is what they live on still. There are so many games and so many fans of Mega Man that he's never going to die.
I'm sure they're gonna continue to do a lot more and a lot better Mega Man games. He's here to stay.
I've been making Mega Man for about 15, 16 years now. It's a long time, but I still haven't had enough of him. He's a great character. I've always loved him, and I want to continue to keep making games with him in it. There's no reason to stop if you've got something good on your hands. The Blue Bomber himself, Mega Man. He really is a large part of my life.
It's a legend of heroes. This is a story about
the violence, the sex, gambling,
buxom, beautiful girls in sort of full 3D.
A man.
He's a very striking man. Just looking at him is like put in awe.
Whenever you see Itagaki at any of these press conferences or shows, he's a very sort of rock star guy.
Who made a game.
What made Dead or Alive so great was, I think, speed and a fluidity, which is really unique to their games.
That saved a floundering developer.
Dead or Alive literally means dead or alive. For the company, it was a very critical situation.
And raised the bar for 3D fighters.
DOA is like a sushi bar with roller skating girls serving wasabi on the sushi. It's fun.
This is the history of Dead or Alive. While growing up in Japan, Tomonobu Itagaki knows exactly what he wants to do when he grows up.
Well, like everybody else, I entered the game industry because I wanted to make video games.
His wish comes true in 1992.
I had no idea which company would be good for me, so I didn't care if I worked for Tecmo or Sega. And Tecmo was located close to where I lived, so that's why I chose Tecmo.
Its big American hit was Tecmo Bowl, brilliant football game for the NES. And it was surprising because it came from a Japanese company.
I worked as a graphic programmer for the Super Famicom in my early days at Tecmo.
Itagaki's first project is Tecmo Super Bowl for the Super Nintendo. As he climbs the corporate ladder at Tecmo, A new innovation in fighting games shows up in arcades.
The big development in fighting games in the early 90s was moving to 3D.
The early pioneers in 3D fighting games, you have to speak about Yu Suzuki and the Virtua Fighter series. Just when that came out in the arcades, it was astounding. People had been used to fighting in 2 dimensions, moving back and forth and maybe jumping over one another, but not actually moving in 3 dimensions.
But while arcade fighting games are going through a minor renaissance, Tecmo is facing troubled times.
Tecmo was not in great shape. They had a lot of deficits for 2 years. So in terms of business, if the company had 3 years of consecutive deficits, it would have been very critical.
The up-and-coming developer makes a bold move.
I made a deal with the current president, Mr. Nakamura, to start a project. I made a promise to him that I would make a game that would sell.
And for this struggling company, it's their last chance.
So, dead or alive literally means dead or alive. For the company, it was a very critical situation. That's how he came up with the title.
Edegaki wants his game to stand out in the crowd.
I liked Virtua Fighter, but if I used different ideas to describe it, I would say it's an old traditional sushi restaurant. And on the contrary, the DOA is like a sushi bar with roller skating girls serving wasabi on the sushi. It's fun.
For the beginner, fighting games were not easy. So that's why when designing Dead or Alive, we tried to simplify such aspects of the game as much as possible.
One new idea is the Danger Zone.
The Danger Zone is kind of like a Joker when you're gambling and playing cards.
Before a Danger Zone, there was a notion that fighters were fighting inside a ring, and maybe if they went outside that ring, they would lose the match. But now, with Dead or Alive 1, a Danger Zone was activated, where if you entered that zone, you would take damage. It made fighting more strategic. You're limited in your space, and if you go outside that space, you're not going to lose the match, but you're going to jeopardize your position.
Another element that separates Dead or Alive from the other 3D fighters is a little provocative.
The first Dead or Alive game featured the first movable breasts in video gaming. At times, it would be like almost like you were watching a Skinamax movie.
Well, I think entertainment needs sexuality and violence. So if entertainment lacks sexual elements, then it's entertainment no more.
Ironically, Dead or Alive is developed for the same Model 2 arcade hardware that powers Sega's Virtua Fighter 2. However, Sega is not involved with the development of the game.
I had an eel lunch once with Yu Suzuki. That's the only relationship I've had with Sega. I have never received any programming resources from the company.
In November 1996, Dead or Alive ships out to arcades around the world. Tecmo holds its breath and puts its faith into the girls of DOA.
We stopped selling the Whopper for one day to see what would happen.
We no longer carry the Whopper.
What? You're losing me as a customer if you get rid of the Whopper.
At this point, I think it's a huge mistake. I think it's the best burger nationwide.
No more Whoppers. I could cry.
I'm not going to come here. There's no reason for me to come here anymore.
It sucks.
It's nuts.
What are you going to put on the logo now? You know, home of the whatever we got?
What happened was, people freaked.
Get me a Whopper.
Taking one last shot at this thing. That doesn't work, they'll live in Manhattan in 3 days.
Beth, where are you? Tell me that's not her place.
That's your place.
Their only hope
We're with you. Let's go. How much time do we have left? You don't want to know.
is each other. Cloverfield, rated PG-13.
Dentine ice. Icy fresh breath changes everything.
From a guy's perspective, it's very difficult to kind of verbalize some things.
It's very difficult to sit down and describe yourself in, 3 to 4 sentences.
Dating sites give you a picture and a paragraph. At eHarmony, we do the matching for you based on 29 dimensions of compatibility.
And
right now you can log on to eharmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with?
Love is pure joy.
eharmony.com. Log on today.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Video games are evolving. And now, so are we. Introducing the all-new X-Play. Now with news, reviews, cheats, demos, interactivity.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
The all-new X-Play, weeknights at 8, only on G4.
G4 is like being visited by a video game goddess who plugs you into all sorts of digital goodness. You know, basically.
It's November 1996, and Dead or Alive has just shipped off to arcades. The game is one of Tecmo's last gambles to stay in business, and it hits the jackpot.
The first Dead or Alive did very well in terms of sales. It was certainly a very good game to play.
Well, Mr. Nakamura was very happy about the success of DOA, so other Tecmo games could be created and sold.
The previous year, Tecmo posted a loss of $5.2 million, but in 1996, Tecmo pulls in a profit of $9.2 million, thanks in part to Dead or Alive.
What made Dead or Alive so great was I think all of Tecmo's games have a speed and a fluidity which is really unique to their games. There's just an amazing sense of control about the game.
I'm different from the other game designers because I work to win. So my way of thinking is much different from the others.
Work begins on home versions of Dead or Alive, as well as a sequel. To get the job done, Itagaki creates his own development team made up of the best from Tecmo.
It was reasonable to establish a brand because at the time, Tecmo was not releasing a lot of games. That's why we were trying to create a new brand. And that's why Team Ninja was created, to give Tecmo an identity.
Team Ninja members all have certain levels of skills. Compared to other development companies, ours is much higher. It's easy to work with such highly skilled people.
Team Ninja is a mystery. Tomonobu Itagaki really likes Team Ninja to be sort of like Ninja-like in the way it handles itself. Itagaki doesn't let people inside it. Very few people ever get to see the inner workings of Team Ninja. He's not very active in speaking about its history. He likes it to be sort of in the shadows. He likes the games to speak for themselves.
Team Ninja was created to turn the table, to change the situation of the company, which was in bad shape.
In September 1997, Dead or Alive is released for the Sega Saturn. It comes to the PlayStation 1 year later.
Dead or Alive was remarkable because it really did 3D fighting well on the PlayStation and on the Saturn. And those systems were just beginning to find themselves in terms of three-dimensional fighters. The developers were sort of struggling, like how do we get to push all these polygons and to still make a good, smooth fighting game? Dead or Alive was one of the first ones to actually do it very, very well on a home console.
In 1999, Dead or Alive 2 hits arcades.
Dead or Alive 2 improved on the original in a lot of ways. Beyond the graphics, the amount of move sets available for the characters expanded greatly.
Each character has their own separate story. When I started making the game, there wasn't a lot of characters involved in games like Street Fighter. So back then, characters only meant the difference in one's costume. So when I designed the characters, I put a lot of concentration into each one's voice, taste, and attitude. I designed characters based on their personality.
And there were multi-tiered stages, so players could beat your opponent in a very flashy way. Bang them against the wall, flip them over and then knock them across something that's going to explode. You could knock a character through a wall over like a cliff, and they would actually plummet and take damage. It's a really neat way to expand the genre.
Come on!
In early 2000, a home version of Dead or Alive 2 comes out for the Dreamcast. PS2 owners have to wait until December of that year to finally get a copy of the hot sequel.
Get ready, fire!
The differences between the Dreamcast Dead or Alive 2 and the PlayStation 2 version, which was subtitled Hardcore, there were a lot of different lighting effects. In fact, a lot of people complain that the lighting effects were overdone. There was an over-brightening effect that made everything look sort of bleached out, to the point where you actually lost some of the really sharp, striking coloring that was seen in the Dreamcast version. There were new costumes added and a lot of graphical fineries done for the PlayStation 2, which was supposedly a marked increase over the Dreamcast version. But basically, the two games in their core were identical.
Dead or Alive 2 brings in more than $2 million in sales. Plans for Dead or Alive 3 began, but what Team Ninja has in mind is a radical departure.
My 99 Lincolns, you've been overlooked. Forgotten in couches, tossed carelessly in the fountains. You think you're worthless, but to me, you are a hot, juicy stack attack. Together, united, you are 99!
It's wrong to spend your pennies on just anything when you're hungry. Attack your hunger with the new hot, juicy Stack Attack from Wendy's. Made with 2 fresh, never frozen beef patties stacked with cheese. There's no better double cheeseburger out there for only 99 cents. You gotta taste this. Only at Wendy's. That's right.
Advance Wars Days of Ruin looks to be the most exciting entry in the series since its introduction. UGO.com. All new characters, grittier storyline, and Nintendo Wi-Fi connection capabilities. Advance Wars Days of Ruin. Rated everyone 10 and up.
Steve Odell is a real Geico customer, not a paid celebrity. So to help tell his story, we hired a celebrity.
Recently, my father was carjacked at knife point.
Oh, honey, that's all right. This face has seen more knives than a Benihana.
Geico handled the whole thing with unbelievable sensitivity.
Sensitivity? I can't feel my face.
I was so impressed I switched to Geico and saved over $600.
I was very happy.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
Am I smiling? I can't tell, Steve. I can't.
Introducing Lean Pockets with a whole grain crust in 7 varieties, stuffed with real cheese. They taste so good.
Thanks, hon.
He has no idea they're good for him. Try new Lean Pockets brand sandwiches with a delicious whole grain crust.
Get your career cooking. Literally. Call an affiliate of the Cordon Bleu Schools, North America. You can train as a culinary professional and work as a chef, pastry chef, restaurant manager, and more. Call now, and we'll send you this complimentary career guide.
Operators are standing by. Call 1-800-713-6094. That's 1-800-713-6094. Call now.
Next stop, Kyoto Station. Then G4's Duty Free TV, where you can see a block of shows from around the world. And a big thanks to whoever just laid the ass bomb in passenger car 3. Thanks a lot for that. Thank you.
Do you want to own a brand new HP, Dell, or other name brand computer and improve your credit at the same time? If so, Tronics Country says you're approved, guaranteed.
I wanted a new computer, but I couldn't get financed. Then I called Tronics Country. They approved me, delivered my new computer, and are reporting on my credit.
If you have an active checking account and can afford low, flexible payments, you're already approved, guaranteed, for this special offer. There's no credit check, so you won't be turned down.
Tronics Country approved me quickly.
I got instant approval, and it was easy.
Their flexible payment plans made it easy on my budget. And my kids are getting ahead in school.
I started my own business, and now I'm my own boss.
Call now, and with your paid order, we'll add a free color printer, free MP3 music player, and free LCD TV. You heard right. Free printer, free MP3 player, and free LCD TV. Call now and tell us where you want your brand new computer and free gifts shipped today.
I'm glad I called.
By 2001, the Dead or Alive series is in the same league as other 3D fighting classics, such as Virtua Fighter and Tekken. But Itagaki wants to set the bar even higher with the next edition. To do so, he makes two bold decisions. The first is to skip creating an arcade version of Dead or Alive 3.
In the American market, even though you can still find arcades, it's pretty dead, so it's useless to provide arcade games for them. It's the same situation in Japan, so it's useless to provide arcade games for them as well.
The second is to develop the new game exclusively for Microsoft's new console, the Xbox.
One of the most important reasons why we developed DOA 3 exclusively on the Xbox was that we could concentrate on just making the game. In the case of the PlayStation 2, when we want to realize an idea, we can't concentrate on just making a game. It involves preparing a specific library just for our ideas. That's too troublesome. Working on the Xbox was an ideal situation. We could concentrate solely on making the game.
Fan reaction to the Dead or Alive series going on Xbox was certainly mixed. Tomonobu Itagaki made a conscious decision to take Dead or Alive to Xbox. A lot of fans were disappointed by that, but a lot of Xbox fans were ecstatic. It's a very good series and it's now exclusive to Xbox.
I didn't think choosing to develop exclusively on the Xbox was a big gamble, because comparing the machine specifications to systems like the PS2, Xbox was much higher. I make my games to win. I can make a better game with a higher spec machine, so as a writer, I'm like a fighter pilot. The PS2 is like a Zero fighter, while the Xbox is like a Hellcat. I had confidence to win with the Xbox, so it was quite easy.
In November 2001, Dead or Alive 3 comes out exclusively for the Xbox, and gamers are floored by the new title.
It was a great game, great fighting game, and people really liked the idea of having this sort of fantastic fighting game that showed off the power of the Xbox. Without Dead or Alive 3, I think the Xbox would have had trouble porting a lot of the hardcore fans who absolutely need a great fighting game on their gaming system.
Dead or Alive 3 did very well on Xbox. It was a launch title. Tomonobu Itagaki and Team Ninja got the graphics spot on. They showed the world exactly what the Xbox could do. He expanded on the notion of multi-tiered stages. Not only could you knock somebody off a platform, say, but you could knock them off a huge platform and they would go through a floor and bounce down.
The environments were absolutely amazing and beautiful. There were really picturesque environments I don't think could be rendered on any other gaming system. And for a company like Microsoft with the Xbox, their goal was to really try and, find games that would show why the Xbox is a better system than the PlayStation 2. And Dead or Alive is one of the only games, I think, that really sort of showed the power of X, as they say.
Both Microsoft and Tecmo win big. Only 5 months after its release, Dead or Alive 3 sells more than 1 million copies worldwide. Already, Itagaki has plans for another addition to his growing franchise, but what he has in mind is a little different.
You love your dog!
Celebrate Valentine's Day with the best of cheaters. The Cheat-a-thon. Valentine's Day only on G4.
America, I know our stride gum lasts so long, most of you are still chewing your first piece.
But production's at a standstill, and workers are concerned about their futures, so please, start chewing that second piece.
New Stride Forever Fruit, the ridiculously long-lasting gum.
If you've ever worried about identity theft, it's time you got to know LifeLock.
I'm Todd Davis, and I'm here to prove just how safe your identity can be with LifeLock. That's my real Social Security number.
Leading the way in identity theft prevention, LifeLock helps keep your personal information safe, even in the wrong hands.
I saved my husband from identity theft because I had signed us up for LifeLock. He had been a little skeptical, wasn't really sure that we needed the service, but I thought we needed to be protected. And so sure enough, when someone tried to open a credit card in his name a couple months later, LifeLock stopped it. Never happened.
If anything happens for any reason while you're a client of LifeLock, we will cover all losses and all expenses up to $1 million.
Someone steals my identity. He goes into an RV dealership to buy this $82,000 RV using my name, my credit. Well, he didn't know that I had signed up for LifeLock. I get a telephone call, he gets arrested, end of story.
We aim to stop identity theft before it happens.
Security, peace of mind, protection. That's what we all want. That's what LifeLock provides.
Every 3 seconds an identity is stolen. We're here to make sure it doesn't happen to you.
LifeLock really does work.
Call now or visit our website to guarantee your good name. You'll also see a huge reduction in junk mail and pre-approved credit offers.
Okay, no junk mail, sign me up.
Protect yourself, your family, and all you've worked for. Guarantee your good name now.
I signed up.
I'm locking it.
My good name is safe.
LifeLock aims to make sure it's really you whenever credit is issued in your name, and we can prove it with a free 30-day test drive. Simply call 1-800-771-3271 and mention test drive. That's 1-800-771-3271 or go to lifelock.com.
G4 is like being visited by a badass video game goddess who is way into tight circuit-laced apparel and digging up funny, obscure videos. Plus, she's all over the latest blogs, games, and high-tech gadgetry. This energy-clad goddess/sensei of digital goodness is plugged into what's going on. And therefore, my man, so are you. G4 is like that, basically.
It's 2003. Dead or Alive 3 is a hit. And Team Ninja starts work on a new game which has been on Itagaki's mind since Dead or Alive 2.
When I was developing DOA 2, fans requested that we add beach volleyball as a minigame, because other fighting games had similar minigames.
Itagaki has a very playful nature. He had an idea. What if these women were on an island and they had 2 weeks to have a lot of fun and play some volleyball? You know, maybe from just a simple daydream, you know, a whole video game emerged.
But I didn't want to put this very simple idea into my series. So when I made the beach volleyball game, I wanted it to be a standalone title.
In January 2003, Itagaki's self-proclaimed gift to gamers is released in the form of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
One of the hallmarks of the Dead or Alive franchise has been these buxom, beautiful girls in full 3D. That's, I think, what people associate with Dead or Alive, or these, you know, kind of completely over-the-top girls that Itagaki really prizes himself on creating these sort of amazing babes.
I'm creating entertainment rather than just a video game. So in terms of entertainment, it's quite natural for me to create beautiful women. It makes sense rather than bringing ugly women into the game. It's very simple. Naturally.
While the new game already shows off plenty of skin, it's not enough for some gamers.
In fact, I find the nude hacks irritating. If they're so talented at doing such things, why don't they use their skills for something more meaningful? So when you see a girl in DOA, I can understand why one would want to undress her. But if you do so, you really should be embarrassed.
And it's the eye candy that gets Tecmo into trouble at 2003's E3.
People flock to see women in bikinis, and Tecmo knows this. Dead or Alive beach models promoting Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball threw out volleyballs and people would go nuts. It's just good fun. At times it's become such good fun that fire marshals had to come and actually close Tecmo down for a while.
While the world falls in love with the women of Dead or Alive, Itagaki and Team Ninja continue to expand the DOA franchise. Due out in 2004 is Dead or Alive Ultimate, the first DOA game with an online element.
Dead or Alive Ultimate was only shown on huge screens at E3. There were a lot of striking images shown.
Just absolutely insane. There was this one where you were in sort of this like African safari.
One of the fighters knocked the other into a pool and then picked him up and spun him into an elephant.
People love that stuff.
It was very well received.
Dead or Alive Ultimate is like an archive. We're releasing it for fans of Team Ninja's work, such as the DOA series and Ninja Gaiden.
The ultimate thing that they've done, so to speak, is bring the game on Xbox Live for online fighting. And because Dead or Alive is so fast-paced, I think that's what people love about the idea of doing it online.
And there are still more Dead or Alive games in the works beyond DOA Ultimate.
Dead or Alive Code Cronus is the world of Dead or Alive 0, before the first DOA. You've seen the opening movie in Dead or Alive Ultimate with the children. Dead or Alive Code Cronus has a relationship with that movie. As far as Dead or Alive 4, it's coming out for the next Xbox. Dead or Alive 4 will be a game describing the world of DOA tech, which is the counterpart of the Ninja side.
Dead or Alive has grown to be one of Tecmo's most successful franchises, thanks in part to its mysterious creator.
Everybody give it up for the amazing Tomonobu Itagaki.
He's a very striking man. Just looking at him is like put in awe.
He's always got sort of shades on. He's got the black leather jacket. He prides himself as being a real rock star of the industry.
He's a very nice man. He's a very smart man who is very passionate about video games. He's very outspoken. He will tell you exactly what he thinks of certain games, what's right and what's wrong with Dead or Alive.
He says these sort of crazy, over-the-top things that you just don't believe come out of his mouth.
No violence. Violence. Entertainment. Beauty. Sex. Gambling. Gambling means that if people really like playing a game, then they'll pay whatever it costs. And that's all.
They started out small.
And they were both literally making games in a basement in Chicago.
Gained a dedicated following.
Mac PC. And it was political. It was Bill Gates versus Steve Jobs. It was all of that stuff. It was good versus evil for some Mac fans.
Created a lineup of legendary games.
I think it really hit the limelight with Marathon.
People loved it. They loved the way it looked.
I don't think Xbox will be as big as it is without Halo.
And took on a giant.
They're building the biggest cannon in the world, and they're pointing it at Sony.
The history of Bungie. In 1972, Pong brings gaming to the masses. 20 years later, the classic game is revitalized by a college student, Alex Seropian.
It was a Macintosh version of Pong, originally titled Gnop, which was just Pong backwards. It was those kind of sophisticated days of software development.
While Gnop doesn't shake the foundations of gaming, it marks the first appearance of a company called Bungie.
I decided that I really wanted to have my own business. I had done a lot of programming. I was really into games, so I thought, well, gee, this sounds like a great idea. I'll try and make a game and sell it.
President Bush says the Soviet proposal to end the war is unacceptable.
The next thing was a much more ambitious project called Operation Desert Storm. It was a pretty cool strategy game.
I've actually finished it. Raised some money from my parents and their friends, like 10 grand. Made a box, duplicated all the discs myself, started selling it.
Operation Desert Storm sells only about 2,500 copies. But Alex soon meets a classmate named Jason Jones, who shares his passion for gaming.
After I had done Desert Storm, we were in an AI class together.
Jason and Alex were both working on separate projects. Jason has a lot of the creative and technical experience and talents, and Alex was pretty savvy with the business and marketing side.
Jason was working on Minotaur. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, dude, that is cool. But he didn't really want to finish it, and I don't know that he really thought about selling it, but I kind of just kept talking about it, and eventually I convinced him that we could actually sell it. So we did that together.
They were literally making games in a basement in Chicago, programming and designing and doing everything themselves, the sound, the scripts, even the packaging.
After Minotaur, we did a game called Pathways into Darkness, which was an adventure game. It was a single-player game. It was the first 3D texture map game on Mac. And that was the first project that sort of met with commercial success. I was in my basement apartment. I was riding my exercise bike, sweating up a storm, stressed out, of course, and the fax machine rings. And I look over and I see this fax coming. It's like a $40,000 order. It was like way bigger than any order we'd ever gotten before. And I'm looking at it come through the fax machine, and I like jump off the bike, I'm dancing around the room. That made us enough money that we could start paying a few people. That's when we got a real office.
Bungie sets up shop in Chicago in 1993. And their office space isn't the only thing they expand. For their next game, they plan to reach an even bigger audience.
Jason and I were talking about, why aren't we picking the low-hanging fruit, you know? We shouldn't give anybody a reason not to buy our game. Like, there's no reason to make something less accessible. Marathon was really a great answer to that.
Marathon really established a world with mood and atmosphere. Really gave you a sense that you were participating in this adventure. It really used the first-person perspective to tell a story and to engage you in a world.
I don't think we really knew how important net play was going to be until we set that up and took it to Macworld and let people just walk up and play it. And there were just lines on the machines. People just wanted to play it because it was so fun.
The company really hit the limelight with Marathon. This was around the Doom period, and this was the Mac alternative to PC's Doom. And in a way, it was a more sophisticated game.
Marathon was successful on a lot of levels. It did sell a lot of units. We did 3 versions of Marathon on the Mac and a version of Marathon on PC.
The Marathon games propel Bungie to superstar status in the Mac world. Now, the Chicago-based company will set their sights on a new market. But this change in direction will also lead to division among their most dedicated fans.
ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-327-1172 or visit us on the web. At one time or another, we all want to change the world in which we live. Make it a better place. Introducing the ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. At ITT Tech, we now teach the fundamentals of the criminal justice system, along with the technology to help respond to and prevent crime. With a degree in criminal justice, you can pursue various career opportunities like surveillance, casework, and security. Technology is a powerful tool, but it's the people behind it who make the difference. ITT Technical Institute School of Criminal Justice. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-372-4052 or visit us on the web.
Because Geico sounds like gecko. That's it. That's the only reason I'm here. The fact is, if Geico sounded like some other animal, like, I don't know, a puma, sure enough, there'd be some adorable little cat sitting here talking about Geico's low rates.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You can't even imagine the pressure. I mean, I've literally got like 2 seconds to capture your attention while simultaneously informing you that you could save hundreds on car insurance by switching to Geico. Quite frankly, I don't think it's even possible.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Rated teen. The line between good and evil has been drawn. Protect. Destroy. Which side will you choose? Transformers the game.
You think you've got what it takes to be a ninja warrior? Ninja, please. Show us your stuff for a chance to become a real ninja warrior. Break out the cam, bust out your moves, and you could win a trip to Japan for a chance to compete in G4's American Ninja Challenge. Visit G4TV.com/Ninja Warrior for complete rules and entry requirements. Just make sure not to hurt yourself or anybody else, because ninjas are awesome. Personal injury lawsuits are not.
By 1994, Bungie has established itself as a premier game developer for the Macintosh. But if the company wants to continue to grow, they'll have to expand their reach. One of the first steps is porting Marathon 2 to the PC in September 1996. But Bungie's wider focus comes with some consequences.
The closest thing to a console rivalry that you can see in the PC space would have been Mac PC. And it was political. It was Bill Gates versus Steve Jobs. It was all of that stuff. It was good versus evil for some Mac fans.
Mac fans are a very protective bunch, and here they were with a game, with Marathon and Durandal that were theirs.
Perhaps the first betrayal of Mac fans was making Marathon for the PC, and they were fuming.
I think the feeling is that if Bungie starts moving into the PC side, that they might actually start selling a bunch of copies and then realizing that that's where the money is potentially and never come back.
We were a growing business and there was demand for the game, and we didn't hate PC owners and we didn't hate the PC market. We were a business, so we made a PC game.
Bungie shifts even further into the PC camp with their newest game, Myth.
Myth was Bungie's first simultaneous Mac and PC release.
Yesterday, our Legion entered the village of Crowsbridge and halted there for the night.
Well, the game was beautiful. It still is, but at the time, it was just gorgeous. The water and the hills and the big bloody bits that would go flying with every explosion. It was really compelling from a visual standpoint.
Myth was a chance to do something different.
Bungie decided to move on to real-time strategy instead of just doing another first-person shooter because Jason was tired of working on first-person shooters.
There were strategy games that were coming out that were pretty popular, like Warcraft, Command & Conquer. But we kind of looked at what they were doing and turned around and looked the other direction. There was a lot that we did with Myth that made it different, made it 3D. It almost had a sense of humor to it.
Bridge is being attacked. Let's get out of here.
Yay!
Myth did great on the PC, and I think it stopped us being this Mac developer. Myth just kind of swept away the divisions between the systems and people's minds.
The success of Myth gives Bungie the chance to expand once again. They change offices in Chicago and open a new branch in San Jose to work on other projects.
This facility is involved in the manufacture of illegal technology.
Then the Chicago office faces one of Bungie's first great challenges.
Bungie has certainly had its share of trials and tribulations.
Welcome to Myth 2, Soul Blighter. Do what you're told, and you might live to tell about it.
Working on Myth 2 was one of the big trials.
Click on the target dummies to blow them up.
We ended up having to recall Myth 2 because of a bug.
No. Blow up the target dummies.
Essentially, when you would uninstall the game, it would wipe the directory that you had installed it to. If you installed the game to the root level of your hard drive and then uninstalled it, it would proceed to actually wipe your entire hard drive.
Casualty.
It was a bad bug. Fortunately, we caught it just days before the game was supposed to be on store shelves.
Please don't harm the peasants.
Just that one action of not wanting our customers to have their hard drive erased cost Bungie about $1 million.
Boom! That'll teach them.
And being a small independent publisher, that was a lot of money. We ended up selling a small stake in the company to Take-Two, actually, just in order to get development capital. And from that point on, there was always sort of this knowledge that we weren't invincible. that, we could make mistakes.
The near disaster teaches Bungie a valuable lesson, which will affect a key decision in their future.
People are smart, and when it comes to home loans, they don't like smoke and mirrors. Well, unless they're a magician or an illusionist, which is just a fancy word for magician. What they do like is getting what they're promised, like our Smart Rate. It's a 30-year fixed mortgage with a rate around 6 1/8%. To find out more, call us at 1-800-DITEC-1 and let us help you get the loan you need without being sawed in half. DITEC. People are smart.
We'd love to show you the world's next great video game. There's only one problem. You haven't created it yet. You've played them, now you can make them with DeVry's new bachelor's degree program in game and simulation programming. It's classrooms and labs where you actually create video games. Games like you'll find when you log on to DeVryPowerUp56.com. You'll learn more about this exciting degree program and get free video game demos from Vivendi Games. It's time to take it to the next level. You can earn a 4-year degree in less than 3 with classes that start right away. And since it's DeVry, you know you'll get this and even more of this. Call 1-866-DeVry56 or go to DeVryPowerUp56.com for your free video game demos. But do it now, because when you're a gamer, you know what happens when you stand still. So call or log on for your free video game demos. It's right now, and it's here at DeVry.
New Q horsepower is here, and no leading synthetic oil delivers more power than Q horsepower. Unleash all your horses.
We, the gamers of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect award show, hereby declare which games, systems, and characters are the best of the best.
What the hell was that?
G4 07, the award show for gamers. Go to G4TV.com to vote and watch the awards August 8th, only on G4.
We just got a new car. Good time to look at new car insurance, and we went with Progressive, saving like $400 a year. But what really impressed me was they actually gave me the rates the other big companies. Was not expecting that. I mean, that kind of honesty is... Oh, did you have anything to do with this?
No.
Right.
Get Progressive's rate plus other big companies in about 8 minutes. Go to Progressive.com today.
In 7 days, these mild-mannered reporters will don their spandex and travel to the seedy underbelly of San Diego as G4 presents Comic-Con 07 Live. See the biggest stars from page and screen. Witness amazing coverage of Iron Man, Resident Evil 3, Beowulf, Bionic Woman, Watchmen, Rob Zombie's Halloween, and The Dark Knight. Then laugh at all the bad costumes.
I noticed that not only do you have a lightsaber, you also have a cell phone.
Comic-Con 07 Live starts next Thursday night at 7 on G4.
While the Chicago branch of Bungie releases Myth 2 in 1998, their San Jose branch takes Bungie in another direction with Oni.
Oni was our first project out of Bungie Studios West, and it was a console game. It was a fast-paced action shoot-'em-up with some platforming elements and some adventure elements.
I want some answers, and I want them now.
There are a lot of really sophisticated and compelling experiences in Oni when you look at the second-to-second combat that you're fighting. Oni was received fairly well critically, but a lot of gamers were disappointed because they felt that they were expecting a very different game.
As the Bungie offices work on Myth 2 and Oni, a third project is quietly being developed by a small group of programmers.
Blam was the code name for the project or the team at the time, sometimes called them Monkey Nuts.
But gamers will know the game as Halo.
The initial idea was to do a strategy type game like Myth, fully 3D, and in a different genre, like sci-fi or military, you know. And the first demo for that was the rolling hills, but with like a whole ton of dudes running around all in 3D.
They upgraded the terrain engine, got a little foot soldier who was actually a 3D model instead of a sprite, had him running around, and they realized they were having so much fun running this little guy around that maybe what they really wanted to do was an action game where you were that guy instead of a strategy game.
When you're in third person, you're manipulating an avatar. When you're in first person, you're performing the action yourself. We want to tell this epic story, make the player feel like they're immersed in the environment.
When Halo was actually announced, I think it was at Tokyo Mac World, it was announced as part of a drive for the Mac as a gaming platform.
That's when we started getting a lot of attention.
One of the companies paying attention is Microsoft.
Alex Seropian came to Bungie West and sat down with everybody and said, listen, there's this thing called the Xbox that we think is going to be really interesting. Microsoft is essentially gearing up to take on Sony with the PlayStation 2. They want to go after them. I think the phrase he said is, they're building the biggest cannon in the world and they're pointing it at Sony. Jason and I have been talking and we think that we can help them build a great machine.
Once we got back from E3, Jason and Alex held a few meetings where they told us Microsoft's looking to acquire us, but we're not going to do anything unless we're all willing to do it. They had to make sure that the entire team was willing to leap off the cliff with them into this totally new territory. As it turned out, pretty much the entire development team decided to make the jump and move out to Seattle.
Microsoft purchases Bungie in 2000 for an undisclosed sum. While the team settles into their new home, they face heavy backlash from some of their fans.
Particularly the Macintosh community. People who work with Macintoshes tend to be, at the time, very fiercely proud. They really perceived it as a betrayal in every way.
It's just business, and we wanted to make the best game on the best platform.
Undeterred by the criticism they face, Bungie focuses on turning Halo into a game for Xbox.
But as soon as we knew we were going to be on the Xbox, we kind of rewrote everything from scratch.
Some of the real important things were spending a lot of time figuring out what the interface was going to be like, because no longer are you sitting 5 inches from the screen with a keyboard and a mouse, which is a direct pointing device. Now you're sitting 10 feet from the screen with this console controller. That is one of the things that I think really makes Halo work, is the interface, the controls.
Well, I think there was a lot of skepticism around Halo on the Xbox console, but I think that in many ways the skepticism was well placed. It's a first-person shooter. It's a team that has never produced a console game before in any real way.
Halo is shown in playable form on the Xbox at E3 in 2001, but the game is rough. The E3 version of the game is slow and buggy.
This thing is falling apart.
It'll hold.
We're not gonna make it.
We'll make it. And gamers wonder if Halo is just hype. But Bungie proves them wrong. Halo is released on November 15th, 2001, and it takes the gaming world by storm.
So when Halo arrived, we didn't even know if the console was going to be successful. But the console took off, the game took off.
I don't think Xbox will be as big as it is without Halo. Xbox has been successful. 14 million units and many millions of different types of games. Halo is pretty much at the center.
Well, I wanted to make sure we had great music that came in when music was needed. And when music wasn't needed, that there was a totally convincing, realistic, or even surrealistic ambient and sound design supporting the whole thing.
The single-player game was really incredible. I knew that people were going to fall in love with it. The epic nature of the whole thing. It's a beautiful game and it's a lot of fun.
People would get together and they would play the game with their friends and they'd develop and build rivalries with real people.
Halo becomes a nationwide phenomenon. Oh! It sells 10 million units in only 8 months and is adopted by the World Cyber Games. Professional gamers play it for cash prizes, and it becomes the must-have Xbox game. But just as Bungie is riding high on their success, they go through yet another big change.
Viewers agree. Attack of the Show is the source for everything you care about.
We really do know what you want.
Attack of the Show, next on G4.
Got rumbling hunger? Shut it up with The new barbecue bacon tender crisp, the most powerful sandwich in its class from Burger King.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Why can the sharpest knives cut through anything? The secret's in the steel. And now the indestructible steel that creates the sharpest knives has been forged into a razor. Introducing the Infinity Razor. With blades so sharp and durable, it comes with a lifetime replacement guarantee. Carbon-injected steel is fused with tungsten carbide, so every razor stays new blade sharp. This is the last razor you ever have to buy. To prove it, we shaved grit off sandpaper and then shaved through this 3-day-old stubble. It shaved kissably smooth. Why spend hundreds on replacement blades when the Infinity Razor will last a lifetime? Call now and your Infinity Razor is only $19.95 with a double guarantee, a lifetime replacement guarantee, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call right now and we'll double your order. Buy one, get one free. Plus, we'll add this Infinity Micro Trimmer, a $15 value free, and this 7-inch chef's knife, a $30 value free. It's an $85 value, only $19.95. Call now.
I thought taking payments for my settlement was the right thing to do. But life has a way of throwing little surprises at you. Getting small payments over time just wasn't working. I really needed money now, so I called Law Street Capital, and they gave me a lump sum so I could go on with my life. I mean, who knows what other little surprises are right around the corner.
Do you like these for the twins?
Law Street Capital can buy out your structured settlement, annuity, lotto, even jackpot winnings. Law Street Capital, it's your money. Get it now.
In 7 days, these mild-mannered reporters will don their spandex and travel to the seedy underbelly of San Diego as G4 presents Comic-Con 07 Live. See the biggest stars from page and screen. Witness amazing coverage of Iron Man, Resident Evil 3, Beowulf, Bionic Woman, Watchmen, Rob Zombie's Halloween, and The Dark Knight. Then laugh at all the bad costumes.
I noticed that not only do you have a lightsaber, you also have a cell phone.
Comic-Con 07 Live starts next Thursday night at 7 on G4.
The 2001 release of Halo on the Xbox is a resounding success. But while Bungie celebrates, Alex Seropian decides to leave the company he helped create.
Well, I did want to go back home to Chicago, and Bungie had done great stuff. Halo had been really successful, and the team was really nicely set up at Microsoft. Had a lot of respect from the people, around us at Microsoft. The team was able to and is able to do anything. They were in a really good place. I felt as though I could go back home and they would do really well. I think they're doing great.
Seropian will go on to form Wide Load Games. Meanwhile, Bungie starts work on Halo 2.
Halo 1 was essentially a 9-month crunch, and so everybody was exhausted and we kind of scattered all across the world, and then came back a month or two later to talk about what we were going to do next.
Oh yeah, welcome to Bungie Studios, and this is the secret hallway that leads to the Bungie Paradise.
When you've got a game that's so big as Halo, the sequel is going to be, so hotly anticipated.
The core value in Halo 2, when comparing it to Halo, is that you should pick it up and you should know what to do and it should feel like Halo. Every time you added something, we have to play around with it until that feels like a natural part of Halo, until jumping on a ghost and knocking the pilot out feels like Halo and it feels logical and natural, and we hope we've done that.
A lot of what we tried to make different about Halo 2, a lot of it, the focus really was not on making the gameplay different. The gameplay in Halo 1 was a lot of fun. We wanted to expand on that gameplay.
Halo 2's appearance at E3 2003 is the exact opposite of the first game's unpolished debut. The public is awed by the sequel.
Well, I just saw the preview for Halo 2, which is awesome. Incredible. I can't wait to try it out at my home, get my friends over.
I've got a bounty on his head.
Take you down,
Percy.
it becomes one of the most anticipated games of all time. In 2004, Microsoft reveals the release date for Halo 2.
I got your release date right here. November the 9th.
And promises that the sequel will support Xbox Live.
And that's going to be keeping us awake nights till November 9th.
The coming release of Halo 2 is teased with a very unique marketing ploy.
I Love Bees started as a website with a corrupt front page, and it just went in through the ilovebees.com homepage and nested there. We did it, obviously it's a marketing tool. It created a stir and people got interested.
Halo 2, November 9th, baby. You remember the day it's going to be a national holiday.
Bungie makes good on their promise.
We're just moments away from midnight.
The game is released on November 9th, 2004. It's a nationwide event.
What on earth are you doing here?
I want to play it at midnight tonight.
Because Halo 2 is the best. Halo 2 is everything.
I've been waiting for this game for 3 years.
Oh, we don't know.
I'm like so pumped.
Yo, we got nothing else better to do. And I'm done with school. I have no life. It's all about Halo.
2.4 million copies are sold in its first day, bringing in $125 million.
No other game does this.
Halo 2 grosses more than Hollywood's biggest movies.
No doubt about it.
And just like when they finished the original Halo, Bungie moves headlong into their next project. But they'll stop just long enough to look back on what they've accomplished.
After being done and I look back on the development of Halo 2, and for me the most special moments happened not just in the completion of the game, but in getting to work with a team of amazingly talented people who care a lot about what they do, and that a great game is just icing on the cake.
It's really crazy actually working here at Bungie and being part of Halo. I still, every once in a while, will be standing on a street corner in Seattle, and I'll sit there and think to myself, you know, if I look out here, I could probably see from here 50 or 100 people who have played the video game that I made. That's crazy.
Oh, I think this is over. Oh, no. No.
For you.
Good. Shoot. Round 1.
Get ready.
Go. Fight. 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 I want to see some blood out there.
They fed a primal craving.
You could just throw quarters in that machine all night long. It was a really addictive game, and it's like it was pure competition at the arcades.
They brought the arcades back to life.
Street Fighter was the biggest catalyst for arcades, biggest source of rebirth.
And they pushed the gaming envelope.
You will always remember the fatalities in Mortal Kombat.
A landmark in graphic death.
This is the history of fighting games.
Flawless victory.
While Galaxian and Space Invaders are kings of the arcade.
It wasn't like a kid phenomenon. It was like really across the board phenomenon in terms of who was playing arcade games.
A game designer named Tim Skelly unknowingly gives birth to the one-on-one fighting game.
My second game, Warrior, was, some people have said it's the precursor to the two-person fighter, but frankly it's top-down, and the only similarity is your two characters don't shoot the projectiles at each other, they actually make contact with swords. And that really wasn't intentional. I mean, I wasn't really trying to do anything special there other than just make a game.
When they're facing each other, you can see they're both holding swords and they're facing like each other. Very crude game, but it was actually kind of like the first fighting game. That was like 1979.
It was very basic, but people actually had to compete against one another instead of just like going back and forth like on Punk. You're actually inflicting damage on the other opponent. So I think that kind of started it. People were just like, hey, I like beating you up, virtually. And I think that just might have, started the whole, fighting game craze.
But by the time the next notable fighter appears, the arcade market has crashed. And Pac-Man has gone from prince to pauper.
What had happened is we pretty much saturated the market. By the middle of 1982, we were just full.
It was a fad. I think there's no other way to put it. The whole thing just sort of collapsed under its own weight.
But a small handful of survivors continue to make games.
1983, the arcades were kind of going downhill. Data East wasn't genius at the time because they had this game where you could have two people play at the same time, and everybody knew, what quarter munchers were at the time, but they came up with this idea in this game that actually would double the earnings because you'd always have two people playing on the game at the same time. Karate Champ, it's an arcade game from 1983 by Data East. It was the first two-player arcade fighting game with dual joysticks on each side. You did special moves in the game and your movement from left to right with the dual joystick.
Basically face off against your opponent, and it was a straightforward karate game, and it was very basic because you basically walk up against each other and you'd start hitting each other. But it was tons of fun because you were facing off against your friends.
In 1984, Konami introduces countless gamers to carpal tunnel syndrome with Yi Ar Kung Fu.
Fighting games sort of created this term button mashing, where you'd see people in arcades just madly tapping the buttons and the joystick. And button mashing really led to some people eventually figuring out, hey, maybe we can sort of add some secret combinations of certain buttons and certain joystick moves to, create amazing new moves and amazing new powers that you'll have in a fighting game.
Yi Ar Kung Fu was really kind of the first game where you saw an arena, your environment, place to fight, and it also kind of established the vantage point of fighting games, which is a side view and two guys standing face to face, and you go at it. And the idea of moves and stuff like that was also developed even further with Yi Ar Kung Fu.
Like a young Kung Fu student studying the ways of his enemy, Capcom pays close attention to their competitors' success.
Capcom ended up taking a good look at Karate Champ and taking an even better look at Yi Ar Kung Fu and decided that they should combine the two.
To beat Data East and Konami at their own game, Capcom jumps into the fray with the release of Street Fighter in 1987.
The biggest fighting game that really started the genre in a big way was Street Fighter.
Well, Street Fighter had these amazing graphics. At the time, this is 1987, mind you, but Street Fighter had a group of characters. You just couldn't use any of them except for Ken and Ryu, and you're on this quest now. You're trying to fight all these fighters from all over the world. So now, with that embedded in your head for a second, fighting all these players all over the world, you have like a goal in mind.
I was walking around the arcade, and a bunch of people were just hanging out by this one game. I was like, Street Fighter, what's Street Fighter? And then these cool characters, dragon punches. And right when I saw where they did a fireball, I was like, whoa, this is cool.
Street Fighter has gamers virtually pummeling each other in arcades across America. But what Capcom does next will hit the arcade scene with the force of a sonic boom.
Hi, Billy Mays here for Mighty Putty. The easy way to fix, fill and seal virtually anything fast and make it last. Mighty Putty is not a glue, but a super-powered epoxy that you can mold to any shape and apply directly to most any surface for an everlasting bond. Ordinary epoxies are a mixing mess. With Mighty Putty, you just cut like dough, simply need to activate, apply, and let dry. It has the muscle to support up to 350 pounds. Rebuild the damaged tool to work like new, or make car repairs and save money. Drills, bolts, and screws can ruin your project. With Mighty Putty, you just cut, activate, and apply. Here's something you can't do with glue. Mighty Putty seals leaks instantly. Use it on pipes and faucets for a permanent seal. As you need, it activates, turning from green to white to show it's ready to hold on tight. It has the strength to pull this fully loaded 80,000-pound tractor trailer. Now that's the power of Mighty Putty. Whether it's tile to wood, metal to glass, any job, big or small, Mighty Putty repairs them all. Fill cracks in ceilings, walls, and floors. Mold it to furniture, sand and paint for a seamless repair. And it's ideal for all your crafting projects. There's nothing you can't do with Mighty Putty. Call now and we'll send you 2 powerful sticks of Mighty Putty for only $19.99. But through this exclusive TV offer, we'll double it and send you 2 more sticks free. Mighty Putty will pay for itself the very first time. But I'm not done yet. Call right now and I'll triple the offer and send you 6 sticks of Mighty Putty for the same low price of $19.99. Order now.
Call 1-800-959-6614 to order Mighty Putty and receive triple the offer. That's 6 sticks of Mighty Putty for $19.99. Call 1-800-959-6614 now.
Everybody wants to be a ninja because ninjas are freaking awesome. These viewers have put their fate in your hands because you decide who will go to Japan to compete in G4's American Ninja Challenge 2.
Oh, that one kind of hurts.
Go to G4TV.com/Ninja Warrior and vote for the best viewer-submitted video by Sunday.
I am a Ninja Warrior.
Your vote will determine who gets a chance to become freaking awesome. G4's American Ninja Challenge 2. Vote now.
G4 is like a clan of plasma pixies who satisfy your every entertainment indulgence. You know, kinda.
The first Street Fighter proves to Capcom that gamers will pay good money to lay the smackdown on their friends. And in 1991, they kick it up a notch with Street Fighter II: The World Warrior.
Street Fighter II was the fighting game that really sort of took the world by storm. This was really sort of the peak of arcades, sort of in the early 90s, and everyone was going to arcades basically for 2 things: racing games and fighting games. And Street Fighter was the ultimate fighting game.
Street Fighter was the biggest catalyst for arcades, the biggest source of rebirth.
Street Fighter 2 really showed who really was a hardcore player because you could really get your ass handed to you unless you knew what you were doing decisively.
It was so addictive because the moves were so detailed and it was so competitive.
Just earn, tens of millions of dollars for Capcom all over the place. It breeds people to come back to the arcade because they want to get better at the game.
Well, there's really no glory in saying that you're like awesome at Pac-Man. Yeah, I rule at Pac-Man. Yeah, right, big deal. Who cares? With Street Fighter, it's kind of like a level of respect. You walk in the arcade and see these guys play for hours, and there will be all these court tokens lined up on the machine.
The games that were addictive, that kept you wanting to come back again and again and again.
Soon, everyone is kung fu fighting.
After Street Fighter II came out, there were nearly 600 new fighting games.
Street Fighter II came in the early 90s and defined the 2D fighting genre, and you saw a lot of other publishers and developers sort of hopping on board. SNK became, certainly the most successful company to follow in their footsteps.
Fatal Fury was a great game. It was the first kind of one-on-one fighting game that we had for the Neo Geo. The next game after Fatal Fury was World Heroes. Later on, Samurai Showdown came out, and that was really the game that just took over everything. It put SNK on the map.
They kind of gave something different than what Street Fighter was giving. Street Fighter was more like a true 2D fighting game. Samurai Showdown, if I can't find it, that's 2D as well. But Samurai Showdown was cool because you had weapons. It had special moves. Instead of like a regular fireball or Guile's, somersault kick, they had like really cool special moves, like a real special attack that did massive amounts of damage. They made an impact on the whole Street Fighter crowd.
And as the competition grows increasingly fierce, designers begin coming up with more wild twists on the fighting genre. Games like Primal Rage pit dinosaurs against one another, while Capcom's Darkstalkers features classic horror movie monsters. But the one game that gains more attention than any other is...
The game that really changed and it kind of took away from Street Fighter was Mortal Kombat. Because in Mortal Kombat it's not cartoon characters. You have a person digitized on the screen, and there was blood and gore. You never forget the first time it says finish him. You never forget that, and it stuck with people.
Ed Boon and John Tobias, came up with this Mortal Kombat franchise, which I think they would admit is basically, a rip-off of the Street Fighter phenomenon. But what they did was they really took things to the next level, and they, added blood and gore.
But it had that, holy crap factor, pulling the guy's head out and his spine is hanging, or kicking off someone's head. Yes, it's over the top. Yes, it's totally exaggerated. I think part of it caused a lot of stir in the news and stuff. Mortal Kombat games showing people taking out hearts and stuff, which is great. It's just fun, it's entertainment. Fighting fans, really wanted something different, and Mortal Kombat, gave players that.
So nobody realized that somebody was going to make that big a step forward in terms of just, shocking violence in an arcade game. But it was a landmarking graphic death.
But the violence that makes Mortal Kombat so popular also makes it one of the most controversial games of the 90s.
The fact that there was blood in the game was sort of this big controversy.
There was concern about these games, and members of Congress talking about video games being the sort of decline and fall of Western civilization and destroying our youth and leading them down the path of no good.
I hope you walk away with one thought today, that if you don't do something about it, we will.
And the industry felt that we needed to respond in some way, in a proactive way.
They wanted to get some sort of a rating system, but that was kind of the cause of that whole thing, was the fact that it didn't have a rating system in place.
The controversy over games like Mortal Kombat leads to the formation of the IDSA in 1994. Soon after, the ESRB rating system is introduced. Despite the controversy, fighting games hit their peak that same year. Street Fighter the movie is released, followed by the Mortal Kombat movie 1 year later. But how much longer will these two fighting giants stay on top? New innovations will bring new challengers, and soon, just 2 dimensions won't be enough.
So, where do you think this guy should move?
I'd say this way. And let's make sure that sound effect we used in the last level fits in here too.
This one?
Yeah.
I'm so glad I got into game design. It's cool to be able to create the kind of games that we play.
I know what you mean. And the training at Collins College takes less time than most people might think.
Can you believe we get paid to do this?
For a complimentary DVD, call 888-823-0999. Operators are standing by. That's 888-823-0999. Call now.
Here, Daddy.
Sweet pea, apple of my eye.
More bars in more places.
Look, Daddy sent us a picture.
That's what you can expect from AT&T, the largest digital voice and data network in America.
You're the only reason I keep on coming home.
Switch to the network you can trust, AT&T. Get our exclusive phones for Valentine's Day, now only $99.99.
Design is all around us. And everywhere we look, we see the significant presence it has in our lives. Behind every design is the work of dedicated professionals who put their expertise into every detail of its creation. The new Visual Communications program in the School of Drafting and Design at ITT Technical Institute offers students the knowledge and skills that can be used to seek exciting entry-level positions in visual communications. The program's comprehensive curriculum consists of a core foundation in design and general education courses, complemented by studies in multimedia applications. Develop knowledge and skills that can help you become an active part of the dynamic and vital world of design. ITT Technical Institute's School of Drafting and Design. Education for the future. To find out more, call 1-800-372-4052 or visit us on the web.
G4 is like an under-the-bed dwelling troll who mesmerizes you with his glowing chest full of all the fun stuff you're into. And he can help you out with the ladies. He's good with the ladies. Anyhow, G4 is like that, more or less.
Stay focused for the next 60 seconds. That's all the time I have to tell you the truth about HD television. The truth your cable company doesn't want you to hear. Cable wants you to believe they're keeping up with HD capacity. They're not. But DirecTV is. Get the best entertainment and the most HD channels with DirecTV. That includes exclusive sports with games and matchups you won't see on cable. So call now for all your favorite sports, movies, and shows. And you always get your local channels. Do you know what else? Packages start at only $29.99 per month. Plus, call now and ask how you can get 32 premium movie channels free for 3 months. There are no startup costs, no equipment to buy, and professional installation is free. Call now. You also get a free HD receiver or DirecTV DVR upgrade from America's #1 HD provider. Time's up. Make the call.
By 1993, 2D fighters are everywhere. While the makers of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat churn out sequel after sequel, Sega's Yu Suzuki works on a new kind of fighter.
で、その当時なんていうんですか、カプコンさんがストリートファイター2という。
The president of Sega realized that Capcom had a fighting game called Street Fighter 2 that was very popular. He asked me to come up with a game that could be competitive in this field, and I said, I don't know if I'll be successful, but of course I'll give it a try. I decided that I'd like to combine the 3D that I was always interested in with a fighting game.
Oh, wow. The early pioneers in 3D fighting games, you have to speak about Yu Suzuki and the Virtua Fighter series. Just when that came out in the arcades, it was astounding. People had been used to fighting in 2 dimensions, moving back and forth and maybe jumping over one another, but not actually moving in 3 dimensions. And seeing fighters who had depth, it really was a revolution.
Virtua Fighter really opened up a can of worms because they opened up a whole new realm of possibilities for the player. It was a coup for Sega because it was just brilliant. What was great also was each character had a real technique. I mean, it was Taekwondo, it was Kung Fu, it was, Thai kickboxing, whatever it was wrestling, it was like a real thing, drunken style. And it was just very, very, very cool.
And just like with the 2D craze, other companies come out with their own clones.
Virtua Fighter really birthed this whole 3D fighting revolution, which was then followed on by, games like Tekken. All those games really took this 3D fighting methodology to a whole new level.
Tekken kind of concentrated on the story of Heihachi and Jin, like the Mishimas, and a lot of stuff going on with those characters. And it seemed like every single Tekken you wanted to know what was going on with the storyline.
Tekken, it has that whole techniques, the counters and stuff, but it's much faster than Virtua Fighter. And I think people who are like jazzed about the Street Fighter games, they was like, is there a 3D fighter out there that's kind of more for our fighting style? And I think Tekken was that game.
And other companies like Tecmo, they just took the ball and absolutely ran with it. And you can see that in Dead or Alive.
I liked Virtua Fighter, but if I used different ideas to describe it, I would say it's an old traditional sushi restaurant. And on the contrary, the DOA is like a sushi bar with roller skating girls serving wasabi on the sushi. It's fun.
As competition between fighting games grows increasingly fierce, developers jump through hoops to draw in gamers.
But then you'll get the people that are really hardcore about fighting games. They're kind of bored with Street Fighter, bored with Mortal Kombat. They wanted something different.
So Capcom introduced Super Street Fighter to the new challengers, and that was released in 1993, and that introduced 4 more new characters, Cammy, DJ, Fei Long. They also added a combo meter for the first time. I mean, players had always, said, oh, okay, well, am I doing this 3 or 4 hit combo? But now you actually would see it on the screen at the time.
And then you have, which I think blew everyone away because it had weapon-based combat. You had Samurai Sword, you had Nunchaku, you had bow staffs, you had spears. And it was beautiful because they had all these swooping effects and whooshes and sparks from weapons playing together. And then you have Dead or Alive. I could be fighting someone, they can attack me, I can counter it, but then they can counter my counter, and I can counter their counter. That engine is just genius.
But as the games grow more complex, they begin to have a negative impact on the industry they helped save years earlier.
The more complex the game gets, like Virtua Fighter was, you're definitely going to lose players.
By moving anything to 3D, there's obviously the risk of making a game too complicated or adding too many buttons. And I think there have been some fighting games that just are just not fun because there's so much to do or the learning curve is so high.
These were games that took a lot of coordination, and it excluded 2 major classes of people: the casual gamer, the businessman that wanted to play on his lunch hour, and women.
problem with fighting games was that, there was a period of maybe like a year where anyone could get into fighting games, and after that, it was hard for like somebody new to walk in the arcade and not just get their ass kicked and just get laughed out of the place. So it kind of kept new people from getting into it after a while.
As the arcade market declines again, fighting games will have to find a new place to call home.
X-Play presents GDC 08. Come along as Adam and Morgan uncover the very latest in gaming. X-Play from the GDC starts Monday night at 8, only on G4.
This is not the time to wish you had accident forgiveness.
Now is the time to get accident forgiveness from Allstate. Starting the day you sign up, your rates won't go up just because you have an accident, even if it's your fault. Don't drive another day without accident forgiveness.
Are you in good hands? This is not the time to wish you had better insurance.
You don't have to skimp on quality protection with Allstate. In fact, drivers who switched from Geico to Allstate saved an average of 20%. That's an average of $434 a year. Don't drive another day before you call Allstate to see how much you could save.
This is not the time to think about your deductible.
Now is the time. Call now and we'll tell you how to get $100 off your deductible immediately with deductible rewards. You even get an additional $100 off every year you don't have an accident, up to $500 total. Don't wait for your current policy to expire. Call 866-593-8600 now. We're available 24/7.
Can you afford not to be in good hands?
Right now you can log on to eHarmony.com and review your matches all for free. Aren't you curious to see who you're compatible with? eHarmony.com. Log on today.
I always took everything apart as a kid. Always wanted to know how things worked.
All of his toys, the batteries always ended up out of. I always thought I'd come home to a refrigerator that was torn apart.
Electronics were always intriguing to me. I felt the best course of action would be pursue that as a career, something I loved. Oh, I wish I could get my mother to shut up about how proud she is. Everyone in my family is very happy. They're very glad to see me on the right track.
I always knew when he found his niche he would excel, and he has, and the school has definitely been there to support him all the way through.
In my job, I get to travel quite a bit. I've been to Japan a couple of times. I love going new places, trying new food, meeting new people. I feel very successful. I just want people to look at me, feel that I succeed, and want to do the same for themselves.
We are educators helping people build a foundation for the rest of their lives. ITT Technical Institute, education for the future. Call 1-800-372-4052 or visit us on the web.
G4 is like a clan of plasma pixies who want nothing more than to satisfy your every entertainment indulgence. They will introduce you to the TV shows you need to know about, fawn over your gadget lust, scour the web for the craziest videos, and plug your brain into the latest comics, game systems, and films. They're good like that. Anyhow, G4 is exactly like that. Kinda.
Towards the late 1990s, the arcade market is down for the count. But at home, it's a different story.
At one point, players were still playing fighting games in the arcade, and they would play at home on lesser versions of the same game. Like Super Nintendo, people would play Street Fighter 2, but they'd still go to the arcade because it looked better, it played better.
But then with a game like Tekken in the arcades was built on a version of PlayStation hardware. So what you have is a game that is very easy to be transitioned to the home console. So what happened was that these guys who were spending quarters night after night into these arcades, spending sometimes hundreds of dollars a month, were able to buy a console like the PlayStation and play it basically for free at home once you bought the game for 40 or 50 bucks.
By the mid to late 90s, players could get something that was, almost as good as or better than the arcades on their home consoles for less money. So why do you go to the arcades to play your games when you don't have to?
So what happened was that people started gravitating towards playing a lot of these fighting games in the home, and the home consoles were so powerful then that it was basically, arcades kind of lost their luster.
Not only are home console fighters matching their arcade counterparts, some are even surpassing them.
When the Dreamcast launched in September of 1999, one of its launch titles was Soul Calibur, a game from Namco. And that was one of the best fighting games, and it sold extraordinarily well right out of the gate. And for the launch of the Xbox, Microsoft was really lucky to have Mr. Itagaki and Team Ninja sign on to do a Dead or Alive 3 game for the Xbox. Every console needs a great fighting game to launch. That's one of the core genres of consoles, and Xbox got that great fighting game in Dead or Alive 3, and it really helped the platform.
Dead or Alive 3 did very well on Xbox. They showed the world exactly what the Xbox could do. He expanded on the notion of multi-tiered stages. Not only could you knock somebody off a platform, say, but you could knock them off a huge platform, and they would go through a floor and bounce down.
But the old 2D fighters that started it all aren't gone for good. Old rivals team up, and new franchises such as the Guilty Gear series ensure that gamers with the 2D itch have a place to go.
3D fighting games have been a focal selling point now in the fighting game genre. I mean, a lot of players don't want to hear about that. I mean, they still love 2D games, and even me personally, I prefer 2D fighters, and I think the best 2D fighter out right now is Guilty Gear X2 Reload.
Capcom had suffered some reversals. Street Fighter 3, for instance, was not a big success in North America. SNK's later King of Fighters games, 99 and beyond, got kind of a mixed fan reaction. So they got together and decided to, let's settle our differences and give fans what they want. So they created a lot of different crossovers, Capcom vs. SNK and Capcom vs. SNK 2, which were straight 2D fighters.
Today, fighting game tournaments such as the Super Battle Opera Championships and the Evo 2K competitions feature both 2D and 3D fighting games. Thousands of players from all around the globe duke it out for cash prizes and pride. Meanwhile, fighting games continue to evolve.
Now game machines are powerful enough. A big trend with fighting games is that now, it's not just a static environment, you can actually use the environment against your opponent. Even a game like Def Jam, Fight for New York, you can throw your opponent in front of the subway train and have the subway train run them over.
Mortal Kombat, I think, is like the success story. They died in the arcades, and then all of a sudden they come up with Deadly Alliance, which kicks major butt. They kind of went back to their roots. A lot of blood, gore, fatalities, but they just overhauled the engine. They moved to a 3D space. It was just phenomenal.
Online is going to become a really important part of fighting games. And I think the idea of facing off against your friend in a fighting game is really, really exciting. And that sort of brings back what it feels like in an arcade to be against each other and punching each other. And it's like, hey, I got you there, and having fun that way.
Fighting games have gone from ruling the arcades to dominating home consoles. They've pushed gaming to its limits, both technologically and morally. There's no denying that fighting games helped shape the world of gaming into what it is today.
Every time I see a new game, the new Mortal Kombat, the new Dead or Alive, Ultimate, I'm just blown away like how much we've evolved. Games are going to evolve, they're going to be much better. In the end, the real winners are us, the gamers, who get to play these awesome fighting games.
It started off as a simple